Who
I'm trying
cares?
to eat. I'm trying to eat healthier.
Yeah. Yep. Greetings, everybody. Dan and Dave. Dan wants to do Sunday night discussion, so here we are. Today is February 22nd, 2026, Sunday night, and I am in Mexico City, and I've been in a library all afternoon writing my book,
Wow.
so I'm not really up to speed on what's going on down here. So I do have a friend who's in Puerto Vallarta, and he sent me some photos and some burning vehicles, and um, you just stay out. Um, but I talk about this in my book, so we're not going to talk about it here. I basically was talking about the cartel issue several years ago and about what I think is really going on with it. And so we're not going to get into it here. Instead, to keep it on course, we're going to stay to an agenda. We tend to have a habit of going off on a merry path, but this time we're going to stay on course. And so Dan was basically going to choose which book we were going to start reading now. And I was talking to one of my sisters today, and I told her about the series of videos we did on the Book of Revelation. And I encourage people to listen to those videos. Dan, I thought you did an excellent job in those videos. I thought I did okay too. I think that our coverage of the book of Revelation was excellent because it opened my eyes to many things that I knew nothing about before I started reading that.
Yeah, I think we did a good job. I know I'm biased, but I think we both did a good job of not only reading it and going through it and trying to help people get exposed to it, I suppose, but also try to match it to a lot of relevance of today. And there is a lot of relevance of Revelation in terms of what's going on today in the world and how the world literally, I think most people would agree that the world is upside down. What used to be considered right is now considered wrong. What was considered wrong is now considered right. Left is now right, right's now left, yin is yang, vice versa. Everything's upside down. I think most people would agree with that, particularly in the United States. We're going through it. I mean, we're seeing stuff now. I see stuff every single day in society that every other day I'm in awe. I'm like, really? I mean, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, whatever, 30 years ago, I don't want to date myself. I mean, there's no way we would have accepted any of this. We
Well,
wouldn't have.
I don't
Well,
have
Dan, you're
any.
not an accepting individual. You're not an open minded guy. Well, if you're flushing yourself down the toilet, I'm not interested in being open minded. That's a form of progression, by the way, flushing the toilet. It is a form of progression. It's just, is that how you want to progress down the toilet?
Well, that's one of the major things that the Book of Revelation did for me is it eliminated all anxiety over this
Mm.
because what it taught me was most people aren't going to be saved. Most people are going to be cursing God's name for what's coming when instead of looking in the mirror and realizing it was free choice and free will that brought you where you are. And so I'm not so there's nothing to be surprised about. He tells you what's coming. And so none of this is a surprise to see the debasement of our society and to see the cluelessness. I mean, I could talk about a dozen different issues about what's going on. And I have discussions like I just had an exchange with my brother last night where
Oh, wow.
I'm not even going to get into it, but it goes to how clueless people are. Clueless. And he probably thinks the same thing of me, but I'm basing it on what I'm getting out of the Bible. Okay, and I take that as something I can take to the bank and count on. So let's transition, Dan. You were saying that the book of Leviticus instead of Deuteronomy is the one that you think is what you'd recommend reading for kind of applying it to what's going on with people today.
Well, they're both hardcore books, make no doubt about it. both of them. They're probably equally hardcore, but in different ways. But Leviticus really, once you start reading it, dude, it really strikes home. God does not, he does not pull his punches at all. He is throwing haymakers like Rocky Marciano used to fight. Every single punch in there is, full bore. And if you're not ready to whatever,
Well,
um,
the Old
you know,
Testament, the Old Testament compared to the New Testament is much more hardcore. I mean, I call it the angry God, right? So,
yeah, he showed a lot of his wrath. Yeah, absolutely. And that's why he sent his son back for us to die on the cross, because it was either Jesus or he was going to take it out on man. And we were the ones that deserved it. Okay. That's the basis of Christianity. That's what people need to understand. Okay. Everything else is idolatry. The basis of Christianity is that Jesus took the bullet, the arrow, whatever you want to call it, for us, the chainsaw, the knife, keep going. For us, we were the ones that deserved to be up on that cross and to be suffering and stuff, right? Not him. He was the intermediary that spared us. People don't get that. They think it's a big joke. Well, there's plenty of evidence. This is what I say to people all the time. Oh, well, the Bible, it's a conjecture and a couple of guys wrote it. Yeah. Well, go even outside the Bible. There's plenty of evidence if you want to take the time to look around.
well, one of the debates I get into is one of the things that I find very upsetting is, but it's kind of like free will is there's many things, but like what's going on over in Gaza, right? And
Mm-hmm.
and I've had people say to me, because what I said to them is I give them scripture about what Jesus, do for example, well, this would take too long. We're going to go off course, but basically, I was using scripture, and somebody said to me, "Well, Jesus never met the Nazis or Hamas on the Sabbath," because I basically told them, when the Pharisees were planning on killing Jesus because he was doing good acts, he said to them, he goes, what's worse, doing nothing or helping people on the Sabbath? And instead of that turning these people, they're like, we got to kill this guy because he was a threat to their power. True evil. And to me, that applies to what's going on in Gaza in so many ways. And now I'm not an expert in the Old Testament, and that's one reason why I want to read these sections with you. But to me, the Old Testament, Dan, doesn't really talk a lot about forgiveness. That's when Jesus Christ came and we were forgiven for all of our sins. And so, is it any surprise that, Israel is not a country of forgiveness or healing or, trying to
Well,
accept people? Instead,
it's
their
interesting.
attitude is like, I'm going to bomb you and kill you.
What's real interesting, Dave, and you touched on it, dude, is essentially the Jews, maybe a certain sect, but in general, they subscribe to the Torah, right? That's essentially their Bible. What is the Torah?
The Old
The
Testament.
Torah, are
It's
you
the
familiar
first
with
six
that?
books, right? What is it,
It's
the
the
first
first,
6 books?
it's
12
the first
books?
5 books, the
Five
first
books.
5 books of the Bible.
Yeah.
Genesis, right? Exodus, Numbers, I believe, Leviticus, and Deuteronomy. I might have gotten the order screwed up, but those are the 5 books, the first 5.
I think the first 5, according to this, is Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus,
Leviticus, yeah,
Numbers, and
I would.
Deuteronomy.
Numbers, that's right. My bad. My bad. That's right. Anyway, the first 5 books. Pardon me. Yep, I was wrong. But yeah, it's the first 5 books that I do know. That's their Torah. And you touched on something. Apparently they're not into forgiveness. Just look at their actions. They unmercifully, um,
And listen, I
you know,
empathize because if I was
bomb the hell
attacked,
out of civilians.
Yeah, if I was, if like, if we knew who attacked us, I know the United States would be just as ruthless. And
Oh,
but
absolutely.
at some point, like you remember the event that turned the Vietnam War? We weren't alive, or we might have been infants, but you remember that picture of the little girl running down the road after the
Yes. Yes.
napalm?
Yes.
That turned the war. That turned the war. That's when everybody's like, "What are we doing here?" And how many babies have we seen murdered in Gaza? And that hasn't ripped out the hearts of people in Israel?
Is it even reported in the regular media?
Well, let's come on, they've seen it. Because you hear them supporting it. You hear these creeps online who are big Jewish supporters, whether they're Zionist or they're actually Jews, I don't know often, but some of them are definitely Jews that I know. I just don't want to mention their names. And they're out there saying, yeah, we should kill them all.
Yeah, well, I'm all for looking if it's legitimate combatants or terrorists, that's one thing. I've honestly believed that, particularly with military action,
Good luck
uh,
figuring that one out, Dan. Everybody is they've said it. Everybody's a combatant because I've heard one of them say in a
yeah,
debate, they
I
or a
don't.
discussion, they said maybe he's not a combatant today, but he'll be a combatant in 10 years. Might as well kill him
Yeah,
now.
I don't agree with that. I just, yeah, no, I hear what they're saying, and there is some truth and logic
But
potentially to that.
you and I are complicit in this once again, Dan, as U.S. citizens, because it's our government supporting their government. If it wasn't for the United States, Israel wouldn't be around.
Well, they wouldn't have the leverage to do what they're doing anyway.
Or the money.
Yeah, but that's all going to change soon. That's going
Oh
to
yeah, the
change soon.
young people. Listen, every like we're going to read Leviticus, and you and I get on some of the young people, like we were talking pre-show about how they have these they deface their bodies
Yeah, debase it.
and
Yeah. Mhm.
yeah, debase it. And but some of these young people are hardcore, man. Um, like they're like very angry about their situation, of what they're being handed off from the older generations, and and um, and I'm not sure they're politically correct, which is a good thing from the standpoint that they're not just going to toe the line just because that's the way it's always been done. But time will tell. Time will tell because I remember in all my years in China, I would meet various young people and they were very open minded and this and that. But as they got older, when they hit their late 20s, early 30s, a lot of them became like hardcore, like I don't want to call them communists, but hardcore, Maoists and China nationalism. It's just what happens as we mature. You get dragged back into the system, right? They allow you to go out and explore when you're younger, but when you're older, they pull you in, man. They get you on that treadmill. So,
Well, they do. That's a very good point, especially in the United States. With the family thing, the mortgage thing, the job thing, the rat race thing, the taxes thing, the on and on thing, the political bullshit, where at the end of the day, you know, the way I see it, the Republicans and the Democrats are anybody with a friggin' IQ of 60 and above can see that. They're not looking out for us. Anybody that goes to Congress and into the government these days, 2 years, 3 years later, look at AOC. She's a glorified half-ass bartender. Nothing wrong with being a bartender, making an honest living.
she's
She
an
had a
actor.
negative, she had a negative net worth going into Congress. Now she's worth millions. How does that happen with a public servant? You got to be a genius to ask these questions.
Well, no, no,
Nobody,
no.
nobody,
She got yeah,
nobody, is perplexed and says, how does somebody like that, who's average at best, she's a multimillionaire,
I
like
know
she's
how
a
she
big,
did it. I know how she did.
smart
She did.
entrepreneur.
No. It was OnlyFans.
Yeah, exactly. OnlyFans for the New York sitting Congress ladies.
Well, do we
Ridiculous.
even need to go that? Supposedly, I sent you that video from Rod Doggletog, who
Beyond
gave the
asinine.
numbers. 300 at the end of 2024. He basically references an OnlyFans number where there were 378 million people signed up for OnlyFans.
Who's he?
You there? You're frozen, Dan. Oh boy. There's always technical issues, man. I'll tell you.
You drowned out.
No, you drowned out, I think. You were frozen. So it doesn't matter.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll see when
who signed up for that?
I sent you that video. I said there are 378 million people who have signed up for OnlyFans.
Oh yeah, I saw it. I did watch a couple minutes of it. Yeah, more than the population of the U.S.
Yeah. So
can you believe?
So, well, listen. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's pick.
It was like 380 million.
Yeah. Well, let's get into it. So we're going to go with Leviticus. Leviticus, according to my sheet here, Leviticus has 27 chapters. We're not going to read all 27. Yeah, because
we only got about another hour. That's it.
Oh, no. We're going to do this, dude. We'll start with one chapter.
No.
And if it takes us 27 weeks, it takes us 27 weeks. That's what I do is when I read the Bible, what I've found is I found for myself that I absorb it much better when I just do like one chapter at a time. And then,
agreed. As opposed to just trying to blast through it.
Yeah. So, okay, Dan, I'm going to let you read because my voice is not feeling too well. So,
okay.
Let me. Do you have Leviticus in front of you, and you can read it from your Bible, or do you want me to call up the one that I have on the screen here?
Yeah, call it up. That's fine.
Can you see this?
Let me see. Yes. I see it. Got it.
Okay. So whenever you're ready, get started. This is Leviticus. This is from the Old Testament. This is the third book of the Old Testament. And this is chapter 1. And you'll see chapter 1. It's actually, the Bible is very good that way. The chapters, I mean, they're like bite sizes, it's not like reading a novel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, you're ready to go. If you can read it, then you go for it.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say real quick in terms of the summary, it's the third book of the Bible, like Dave said. And what it does is it basically...
Oh, thank you, Dead Dave.
What did you say?
Nothing.
What did you say?
I said, thank you. I said, you said Dead Dave.
No. I didn't say Dead Dave. I said, Jesus. I hope I didn't say that. I just wanted to give a quick outline of it. It outlines the laws for Israel's, worship, priesthood, and all that, and purity to live and how to live in the presence of God, right? It details all the sacrificial systems, the Day of Atonement, regulations, right? Believe it or not, in the Old Testament, God was really big on regulations on how to live, on clean and what was unclean living. And as you guys are going to see, he's going to give you tons of examples of what's considered clean versus unclean. And it's not flowery language. He emphasizing holiness, ethical living, and atonement for sin. Right?
Well, and I thought link you sent this morning is people think, like, there's a lot of people who are out there like, well, I don't think God would mind. God would be okay with this. And I think the video you sent me this morning drives home that some things are black and white for God.
A lot of things are black and white. So the first 7 chapters of Leviticus describe 5 types of offerings, burnt grain, peace, sin, and guilt, right? And how we can get atoned through all that. The eight chapters 8 through 10 talk about the establishment of the priesthood, right? And then chapters 11 through 15 talk about the purity laws and the regulations, a clean versus unclean living. It goes right into foods, childbirths, skin diseases, bodily discharges, you name it. It gets highly detailed. Chapter 16 is the Day of Atonement. That book basically centers on where the high priest makes his atonement for a nation's sins. Sounds like we could use some of that. And then finally, chapter 17 through 27 is the Holiness Code, right? This is a blueprint. This is commands for living a set apart life, including, oh, by the way, he talks in detail about sexual morality. Sound familiar? Ethical behavior. Sound familiar? Festival days and the consequences, oh, by the way, of disobedience. Sound familiar? Sounds like the U.S. in a nutshell. So,
Yeah. So,
that's the summary.
okay. Well, let's get into it.
Okay. The burnt offering. The Lord called to Moses and spoke to him from the tent of meeting. He said, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, when anyone among you brings an offering to the Lord, bring as your offering an animal from either the herd or the flock." So in those days, guys, blood had to be drawn for the offering, right? Pretty hardcore. If the offering is a burnt offering from the herd, you are to offer a male without defect. You must present it at the entrance to the tent of meeting so that it'll be acceptable to the Lord. You are to lay your hand on the head of the burnt offering, and it will be accepted on your behalf to make atonement for you. You are to slaughter the young bull before the Lord. And then Aaron's sons, the priests, shall bring the blood and splash it against the sides of the altar, right? At the entrance of the tent of the meeting. How hardcore is that if you saw a priest after an offering splattering blood around? I think that would flip people out. You are to skin the burnt offering and cut it into pieces. The sons of Aaron the priest are to put fire on the altar and arrange wood on the fire. Then Aaron's sons, the priests, shall arrange the pieces, including the head and the fat, on the wood that is burning on the altar. You are to wash the internal organs and the legs with water, and the priest is to burn all of it on the altar. It is a burnt offering, a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. Pretty detailed instructions, wouldn't you say? If the offering is a burnt offering from the flock, from either the sheep or the goats, you are to offer a male without defect. You are to slaughter it at the north side of the altar before the Lord, and Aaron's sons, the priest, shall splash its blood against the sides of the altar. You are to cut it into pieces, and the priest shall arrange them, including the head and the fat, on the wood that is burning on the altar. You are to wash the internal organs and the legs with water, and the priest is to bring all of them and burn them on the altar. It is a burnt offering, a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. If the offering to the Lord is a burnt offering of birds, you are to offer a dove or a young pigeon. The priest shall bring it to the altar, wring off the head, and burn it on the altar. Its blood shall be drained out on the side of the altar. He is to remove the crop and the feathers and throw them down east of the altar where the ashes are. He shall tear it open by the wings, not dividing it completely, and then the priest shall burn it on the wood that is burning on the altar. It is a burnt offering, a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord.
Do you want to go into chapter 2, or do you want to? I'm not sure we have enough to really discuss yet.
No, I mean, we can jump into chapter 2. I mean, it's self-evident, right? I mean, this is pretty specific, wouldn't you agree? Pretty specific instructions in why you're doing it.
Yeah.
That's what it says to me. This is the
Okay.
next chapter.
Yep, chapter 2.
Grain offering. When anyone brings a grain offering to the Lord, their offering is to be of the finest flour. They are to pour olive oil on it, put incense on it, and take it to Aaron's sons, the priests. The priest shall take a handful of the flour and oil, together with all the incense, and burn this as a memorial portion on the altar, a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. The rest of the grain offering belongs to Aaron and his sons. It is a most holy part of the food offerings presented to the Lord.
Okay.
If you bring a grain offering baked in an oven, it is to consist of the finest flour, either thick loaves made without yeast and with olive oil mixed in, or thin loaves made without yeast and brushed with olive oil. If your grain offering is prepared on a griddle, imagine this, it is to be made of the finest flour mixed with oil and without yeast. Crumble it and pour oil on it. It is a grain offering. If your grain offering is cooked in a pan, it is to be made of the finest flour and some olive oil. Bring the grain offering made of these things to the Lord, present it to the priest, who shall take it to the altar. He shall take it out of the memorial portion from the grain offering and burn it on the altar as a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. The rest of the grain offering belongs to Aaron and his sons. It is a most holy part of the food offerings presented to the Lord. If you bring a grain offering of first
No,
fruits to the Lord,
you skipped a paragraph.
oops, sorry. Every grain offering you bring to the Lord must be made without yeast, for you are not to burn any yeast or honey in a food offering presented to the Lord. You may bring them to the Lord as an offering of the first fruits, but they are not to be offered on the altar as a pleasing aroma. Season all your grain offerings with salt. Do not leave the salt on the covenant of your God out of your grain offerings. Add salt to all your offerings.
Okay.
There's a lot of significance with salt, as a lot of you guys probably know. If be the salt of the earth, you ever hear that one? If you bring a grain offering of first fruits to the Lord, offer crushed heads of new grain roasted in the fire. Put oil and incense on it. It is a grain offering. The priest shall burn the memorial portion of the crushed grain and the oil, together with all the incense as a food offering presented to the Lord.
You know, when I've read chapters like this in the Bible, Dan, and it talks about these precise food requirements, I'm thinking to myself, is it the priests? Is it the priests of those altars who wrote these books giving how they want their food prepared? Because that's who you're feeding. You're feeding the priests, right?
Well, I see it potentially, yeah, as an offshoot, but that's not the main purpose, right? The main purpose is making these sacrifices. These animals are in place essentially as us to atone for our sins. It should be us that should be basically being flogged and probably drained.
Yeah, and I don't know what it was, but how difficult was it for people back then to afford a cow or a goat or any of these things? I mean, what portion of their wages was it to bring an animal like this to the altar?
I think unless you were wealthy, you know, maybe one animal, a calf, was no big deal, but to the average John or
They're,
Joe,
they were bringing the
I think
birds and the bread.
yeah, Cadillac, Toyota, and then the jalopy. You know, he kind of catered it for everybody in a way to be able to do that.
Yeah. Do you want to keep reading or do you want to stop here for now? There's
Well, we
20.
could stop here. Yeah, we could stop here for
Okay.
now. I
Let
mean,
me see.
we have.
Hey, hold on. Let me see. El Nino, if you're listening, do you want to come on with us, El Nino? And since you're Jewish and you probably know these books, and here, I'll give him the link and you and I can start chatting. Okay. But El Nino, we're not going to go 4 hours. We're going to go like 15 minutes. So if you have anything specific you want to address, you and I can chew the fat some other time. But if there's anything specific you want to address about these books in the Bible, then you can come on and join us. Okay, let me. Okay, so we'll end the reading here. So Dan, do you want to say anything other than what you've said already? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Sorry. Again, in a nutshell, Leviticus is where, God is giving Israel, right, instructions basically for how to worship him. That's the key, how to worship him. And the author, as far as we know, is Moses. That's my understanding.
Well, here's another question somebody might have: is the Old Testament as relevant to Christians as the New Testament?
Hey guys.
Yeah, one second, El Nino. Hi there.
Hey man.
Sorry, continue. I'm just listening.
Yeah, I mean, Dave, that's a good question. I would say as a whole, I would have to say yes. They're included in the 66 books.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how often does the New Testament? No. I'm talking. How often have you read the New Testament and it talks about these types of sacrifices?
The New Testament? Yes. Not really. Not at this level.
That's what I'm talking about. So,
yeah.
If it wasn't for the fact that Jesus was Jewish, his apostles were Jewish, would we even include the Old Testament?
I'm not sure I'd put it that way. That's probably part of it, but I think the biggest reason why it's included is you could see the demarcation or the dichotomy between the Old Testament and the New Testament, right? We weren't living up to, call it the standards, for lack of a better description, the way I see it in the Old Testament. We weren't living up to how it was laid out for us to live, right? Like I said, in Leviticus, he gave Israel instructions on how to worship him. You know what I mean? In Deuteronomy, Moses gives Israel instructions on, for how to love, how to obey, and stuff like that. And just how to live in general. And we categorically failed.
Right. El Nino, welcome. You get a lot more hair this time. Do you know around what year that this book was actually written? Was it like 1,000 years before Jesus was born?
You're talking about the Old Testament, which is composed out
Leviticus.
of
the Torah. The Torah.
Yeah, the Torah, which composed out of the 5 books that Dan mentioned earlier. Yeah, it was significantly, it was over millennia or so before Jesus. Actually, the count was over a couple of them, but the count started actually from the crucifixion, or since I think the New Testament took place and was eventually formalized, I think 120 years after Jesus was crucified. And to be honest with you, I think that when you take all things into consideration, you see that every monotheistic faith in God is pretty much follow the same guidelines through different Messiah or different prophet, or even if you look at
my point is this: is if it was written 1,000 years before the New Testament, okay, those are what?
Arguably even more. Yeah.
Well, those are 1,000 years back then is like 10,000 years for us today. And my point is back then, you know, publishing wasn't around then. They weren't passing around books back then, you know. So and there was probably not a lot of structure. So back then they had to get very specific on this is how you wash your hand, this is how you do this. I mean, because society was not as advanced back then in many ways as it is today. And
Absolutely.
so and so that's probably why they had to get the specific on, you know, wash the leg, don't use or use salt, but don't use yeast, right? I mean, because people were morons back then when it came to things. They knew how to do whatever they knew how to do, but they weren't educated back then, right?
True, but you see, I think we've talked about it like years ago, like when we mentioned the fact that um, the kind of progress you see today, socially, technologically, and everything, it brings a lot of well, it's in the word itself, like progress with it, but it brings a lot of bad bugs with it. Dan mentioned earlier, like uh, people think they're enlightened and progressive and smart and everything, but look where it got us. I mean, like there was a lot of things that were permitted and forbidden back in the old days, and I'm not just talking hundreds of years ago, but thousands, going back since the dawn of civilization, human civilization. And mind you, there's a lot of other cultures or civilizations that used to follow the same practice, sometimes in the same manner, sometimes in a discussed manner. The Vikings used to offer to their gods of Valhalla or whatever, you know, used to offer, and sometimes as a human sacrifice. So did I think, the Maya sons and the Aztecs. And, well, minus the Vikings, certain civilization even predates the sons of Israel or Christianity or Islam, for that matter, the one who believe in, for that matter, in one God, um, as opposed to the beliefs in many gods, like the ancient Greeks or the Vikings or Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhs, etc. But yeah,
Yeah,
people
most
back then,
religions are multi-god religions.
correct. But the thing is like, are they religions or way of life or faith on their own, or are they a derivative of something a bit more ancient? We don't know. I mean, like you can speculate, but you can never put your finger and say with absolute certainty that, yeah, this is how things were, and this is how things are, and that's all there is to it. And I think back then, maybe maybe the way you phrased it, maybe people were less smart or less sophisticated, but they had less, but things were way more simple than they are today.
Well, I mean, today are Jews still sacrificing animals, or is that or Christians are they still sacrificing animals or
I believe
offerings like we just read about?
I gotta tell you, look, as a Jew, I'm not secularist, or there is like secularism. There's traditional, which is I fall into that category. There's devout, and then there's the orthodox, with the perms, sideburns, and all that,
Mhm.
the perms and everything.
Yeah.
Um, Again, I lived through that. Don't forget, I was raised in that, in the old country, and I know also the type of mentality in relation
No,
to a lot
but
of things.
you're not answering the question. Are they
I am.
still performing?
I'm
Okay.
about to, but
Because
not in the same.
because if I walked into a church and I brought in a cow or an animal and started sacrificing it, I think there'd be a lot of horrified people.
You'd be surprised to know there's certain places around the world in certain churches. Again, I don't know to put my finger on whether if it's the Orthodox, the Baptist, the Mormons, the Methodists. that still practice that. I think especially in the Caribbeans, but that's a different topic. What I'm trying to say is, yeah, but they don't do it with a cow anymore. They once a year, I think they have the option, or some of them don't view it as an option. They do it with offering of a chicken in Yom Kippur. In Hebrew, it's called Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, when for 26 and a half hours straight you're fasting. You're not allowed to turn on and off the lights. You're not allowed to eat or drink anything. Even in the morning, when you wake up, when you're not allowed to brush your teeth, and you wash your eyes after sleeping, with a few drops of water. That's basically, you're supposed to torment the body, the mind, and the soul, to cleanse yourself out of every bad thoughts and every bad things you've said or done, any bad deed or questionable that you ever committed throughout this particular year, and then starts a new cycle. So yeah, they still do it. The reason that I've heard that they don't do it with the cow anymore, or with the red cow, I wrote it in the chat. I think it's a unique type of cow. It's because of two main reasons. One, there's no temple, meaning there's no altar to sacrifice the essence, the aroma to the Lord, um, to God Himself. And the second thing is because we don't have, or maybe we do have, but they haven't been identified yet, or maybe they do it in close circles, who knows? What used to be called the Sanhedrin Council. The Sanhedrin Council, which is basically a council of wise, wise rabbi that come, I don't know, from a specific bloodline, or have to be chosen from among the people because of their wisdom and or experience.
What was the
Um,
word? What was the word again? You beeped in and out.
Sorry, what word? Which one?
The name of the group of
Oh, it's
rabbis.
called, yeah, it's called the Sanhedrin Council. You can Google it.
Yeah, Sanhedrin. Yeah, that's referenced in the Bible. Those are the ones who basically got together and basically said we got to get rid of Jesus.
Yes, but the thing is that, like, that was a time of great mischief.
Sadducees and the Pharisees. They're not the
Yeah, but
Sadducees.
No, no, no. He's talking about the leadership of the rabbis.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
yeah, but the thing is that, like, among them, you need to understand that in every council or organization in contemporary times, you also got factions. So in that time of great distress, um, there was a dispute between the Sanhedrin Council to Joshua, Jesus. The thing is,
Right.
based on my understanding, not necessarily what I grew up on, but what I learned over time as well, is that there was a dispute, and there was some level of degree of confusion, stress, and also corruption, yes. But eventually, whoever controlled the old country was the Romans back then. And they decided,
Mm-hmm.
um, okay, whoa. What are you groups fighting about? What are you arguing about? We controlling this land. We need to be informed about anything and everything. And then, okay, they heard the pleas of the Jews and the Sanhedrin Council, the spokesman, whoever that was back then. And then they heard what Jesus had to say. And then again, they weighed the scales. And I'm not going into any kind of like back and forth, but basically, when Jesus mentioned the words uh, to the local ruler, I'm not sure who was, the Caesar or one of his emissaries, but basically what he said, you have no kingdom or no power without my father. Okay, who's your father? And then he mentioned God's name. And then they started to mock him. And he said, like, we take it as a great offense. And eventually, because of that, um, back then the common punishment was crucifixion, as you know.
Yeah,
It was a,
El Nino, I don't want to go off on a tangent because we have a
sure,
very tight
yeah,
window of time.
no problem.
So because we're starting to veer off into something else. So,
Go on.
so because
No,
we're
you
at
just mentioned
45
the
minutes,
winter
we're at
holiday
45 minutes right now. So
Sure.
yeah, what? Okay, so do you have anything else you want to add about what we read on Leviticus from your
Um,
experience, or you don't have to interject anything if there's nothing you want to add, but if there's anything that we're missing or something that you're exposed to, since the Old Testament obviously is much more familiar to somebody who was raised Jewish, even because I mean we have 66 books and you have 5.
no, actually, we got maybe more than that because there's you got 5 of the Torah, then you got 6 Mishnayot, and then you got the Gemara, and then you got the Kabbalah, and then you got
Oh
all
boy.
sorts of there's certain
Okay.
things also that got lost in time because mind you we rose and fell just like a lot of other kingdoms. To be honest with you, like
Yeah.
sometimes I'm looking backwards and nowadays and I'm still like it's a bit off topic. I'm not gonna go into it too much, but just to say it like we
Well, does
we
does Israel talk about? Okay, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
no, I'm just saying like we are one
No,
of the most studied focus groups. When I'm saying we, I'm talking as a Jew, but I'm also as a human being. I'm just saying like uh, it's kind of like look at the world around you today, anywhere really, and look at certain areas that nobody discussing about. Yeah, what you guys mentioned earlier, whatever going on in Gaza is horrible, horrific, and I agree. It shouldn't be that way. But in the grand scheme of things, I think that the regime and some powerful elements in Tel Aviv over there are being used, and in the gap in between the Palestinians or the other
well,
resident of
yeah, it's very very difficult, and it's wrong to start labeling 100% of anybody under one name. Obviously, you just have to call it something. Obviously, when people start blaming all Jews for the problems in the world, they're mental cases because it's not all Jews, right?
but
And it's not
unfortunately,
all.
that's the atmosphere we're living at right now. You can
Okay,
feel
but
it in
here
the
I
air.
want
You
I
can
want to go
see it
down.
in
I don't want to go down a path. So Dan, let me go to you here. Dan, when I ask you in just a couple words, okay, not going around the track for half an hour, in a couple words, how would you basically summarize Christianity in a couple words?
Christianity
Because I would go with
is,
forgiveness. Okay, is one of the
well, absolutely. Forgiveness. I
treat your brother
I
like
guess
you want to be treated, right?
100%. Yeah. So forgiveness is probably the best word if you had to boil it down to one word, because again,
Don't
like
be
I
and
said at
don't
the
be a
beginning,
hypocrite. Don't
the
be a hypocrite.
but the beginning of this, before El Nino even got on here, I don't know if he heard it, but um, I made the comment. What did I say? That I mean, the basis of Christianity is Jesus um, suffering for mankind and our sins. Because in the Old Testament, in a nutshell, the way I see it, you know, God had wrath, and deservedly so, because of how holy He was towards us. You know, we weren't delivering on how we should be living, and it reached a point where, for lack of a better description, that there had to be an intermediary. Something had to intervene to save man. Otherwise, man himself would have been up on that cross, all of mankind, literally and figuratively, or figuratively and literally. We were the ones that should have been crucified, not Christ. Okay. So that's the basis of Christianity, right? I mean, and the
Okay,
basis
all right.
really of
The
the
only reason I
entire New
wanted
Testament.
Well, that's why I just
We,
wanted,
yeah,
I know what I would say, so I wanted to get your input. And El Nino, so if you could just put it in a summarization or a few words, what does actually Judaism like
I would s- I would I
the
would say,
the
sorry, go on.
no,
oh,
no,
Judaism
it's just
believes
kind
in
of like
God,
just no, no,
definitely
let
believes in
let him
God, but they
answer.
believe that Christ was a prophet, correct?
No,
That
I don't want
that's
your
the-
input on this. I want to
Exactly.
hear the guy who was raised in this religion. What does it
Exactly.
actually stand for?
Exactly.
so basically very similar to Christianity, and mind you, just hyphen that Judaism also believe in forgiveness, but it also believes in the punishment. Basically, in some cases, yeah, there is equivalent of like turning the other cheek, but in, I would say, most cases, there is a kind of like, as Dan read, there is a solution for everything, whether if it's good or bad or somewhere in between. So it's the same thing. And you should love your friend as you love yourself, and do unto others as you would like others to do to you. Something in that order. Like basically, um, like treat others the way you would like to be treated, in fairness and kindness.
You'd say that's a core tenet of Judaism.
Yes, but there's the opposite. The
Definitely.
one who's comes to kill you, make haste and go kill him first. In other words, basically, it's not vindictive. It's more like launch a preemptive strike. If you know for a fact, but a hundred
Wow.
percent fact.
Really? I didn't
y-
know that.
Yes. So basically, if you know for a fact someone is coming to take your life, absent cause or reason, you
That's like a
should
Wow.
Tom
get.
Cruise. That's like a Tom Cruise movie where
I
That's what the
don't.
that's what the Quran basically says too.
So they. So I'm saying, and by the way, just
Christianity doesn't though. Yeah.
in relation to that, you're
yeah.
I
God,
mean,
saying,
Jesus
Christianity
says,
says
"Give
an
me your
eye
other
for an
cheek."
eye.
and
Yeah.
a tooth for a
It
tooth,
says an eye for an eye
and a
and
tooth for a
whatever, but then it says, if you strike me on this cheek, then give him the other cheek. It doesn't say to go back though, Adam.
true, true. But then again, watch it from a different perspective. Like if, okay, the cheek is an analogy, all right. But the thing is,
Exactly.
okay, but in what shape or form or severity do you hit my cheek or any other organ in my body? There's a question for you. So if it's just you insult me, or you spit on me, or whatever it is, okay, fine, let's say, or curse me and my mother and father and ancestor, whatever, fine, then I can forgive, forget, or just ignore. All right. But let's be realistic about it. We're talking about, like, right nowadays, even with all the wokeism and liberalism and all that nonsensical stuff, that you see walking around half naked in the streets, anywhere really, not just in the West, but mainly. Um, Nowadays there's zero tolerance when it comes to certain things. Recent will be abuse of little people, children. um, what do you think back then, if, let's say, the not capital punishment, but any punishment for that matter, how severe would it be if someone would have come into your land or your tribal area or whatever it was back then, or your village or city or whatever, and, I don't know, rape women and children, or heaven forbid,
Right. Yeah.
rape and then kill them. So you see what I mean? So back then there was the stoning and beheading and hanging and whatnot.
Well,
To,
yeah. So the laws, what I'm seeing here, were to limit vengeance, ensuring punishment did not exceed the crime, right? So it
correct.
says that an eye for an eye in the Bible refers to the principle that punishments for crimes, and you're touching on it, El Nino, it refers to a principle that punishments for crimes should fit the injury inflicted.
Yeah, kind of like nowadays. I think the Fourth Amendment, something in the Fourth Amendment that state
Yeah.
cruel and unusual punishment. The punishment should fit the severity of the level of the crime. The
And that's what this is basically saying. Originally, the Mosaic Law served as a legal standard for judges to ensure justice, not for personal revenge. However,
Correct.
Jesus later challenged this by advocating, this is what Jesus advocated for non-retaliation and love.
And
Now,
let's
again,
remember, Jesus, said the night before he was handed over, the night of the Last Supper, he basically said, when Peter struck the guy in the ear and cut his ear off, he said, "You don't think I could get out of this if I wanted to? You don't think God wouldn't send angels to save me from this if this wasn't prophesized?"
correct. But then again,
And
Dan mentioned like there will be he preached and challenged that there should be no retaliation. But I don't think, again, that's a personal opinion. I could be wrong, but um, I don't think he generally meant to any and every case in that. Maybe he meant it in the Last Supper, which, by the way, some claim it was a Passover dinner. So I don't know how correct it is, but um, with all of his disciples and all of his followers. But um,
Well, I
what
don't
I'm
think I don't think yeah, it's we can have another discussion on this, but I don't think anybody think it would be unacceptable for you to defend yourself if an army was marching at you and you were just going to sit there and get slaughtered. It's like if I was a Jew in Germany, I've said this before, I would have exited Germany, right?
y-
I
yeah,
mean,
but you look at so many good examples and heroic example throughout history, and you look at so many bad example. By the way, just to FYI, Judaism
and I know
don't.
people who are leaving the U.S. because I know Jews in the U.S. who are leaving the U.S. because they said this is Germany, 1930. Now, this isn't me speaking. These are these people who have left the United States, so they have a firm belief, and because they were raised, they're older, they were raised, and they said, if I ever am in a situation where I see that coming, I'm gone, and they're gone.
So look at my current situation, from the frying pan to the fire. That's what's hilarious. I left, well, to no fault of my own, in a young age. I left the States. Then in an older age, I left Israel, and look where I'm at today. So like,
unbelievable.
Well, you're
Boom,
in the
boom,
belly of the beast, man.
there
boom.
you go. So I'm like, is that where I'm
You're,
destined to kind
yeah.
of like make the grand finale of my being, of my life, whatever that may be? And I'm
Well,
like
I've already
thinking,
given you my opinion on that, so I don't need to
"Mhm,
answer.
I know that, but right now, to be honest with you, forget about being a Jew, being a Christian, being a Muslim, white,
Yeah.
brown, black, mixed, like me, whatever, whatever. What I'm trying to say,
Just a human being.
yeah, exactly. Strip all that away from us. Jews, Christians, skin color, culture, ideology, way of living, whatever, cuisine, the way we dress. That's what I've been saying for eons nowadays. In the end of the day, we're all human beings, creations of God. We're not just a meat bag with a tag, with a barcode tag on. At least not as, yeah, exactly. I
Me
mean, I
too.
mean, exact just like the powers that be and the elite, the apex, the elite wants us to view us, or
Yeah.
wants us to. But I'm
Well,
I'm just thinking,
you're in London, and I mean, you have so many cultures in London now, as does in Europe, that
no,
they're not even,
the-
London has certain laws for hundreds of years, and the people who are living there now are like, no, we're not going to abide by your laws. We're going to abide by our laws. Now that's chaotic.
you want to hear something funny? The
AKA Sharia.
sentiment. Exactly. It's no longer a Christian based faith country, unfortunately. Or if you want to kind of like hyphenate Christian, Judeo Christian, whatever. I'm not in competition with no one over here. Uh, I love you guys and respect you guys. You don't have to eat the same food or dress, or share the same set of beliefs like me for me to have a nice conversation with you, fist bump, or share a beer with you, or whatever it is, share a laugh with you, or for that matter, share your grief in a time of need. Like, I feel for you. I just, like, literally before you came on the air, I didn't even know you have a live stream tonight. I just sent you that a Max Egan link to just, like, I hope you're safe and sound down there in Mexico because of all that cartel activity, because they're kind of like retaliating because one of the mid to high level bosses got arrested and said, like, okay, you do that to us, you mess around with our business, we're going to burn whole cities down in northern Mexico. It happened in Acapulco, and now it's in that
Jesus.
port or something.
Puerto
So I just
Vallarta.
hope Puerto Vallarta, yeah, exactly. So I was just concerned because I've seen the overall pictures. It seems like large boroughs or sections or this mini districts of that city are literally in flames. Like it looks like bloody Fallujah in Iraq after the invasion. So I'm like, what WTF
Well,
to
I think
that?
I sent you some of the photos I think I sent you some of the photos I was sent. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I've
we
seen
could
it.
talk about Mexico another time, but I talked about Mexico. I'm sure I sent you my book, El Nino. So, I talk about that a little bit. Let me just say, it's going to get a lot worse.
I know that,
Okay.
but that's my point. Whether you're
It's
Jew or not Jew, my question to you is, even Dan, even you yourself,
It's like the whole world going, right, El Nino? That's what I feel like. It's like it's like the whole world now, right? It's
just
just
open a
chaos
map.
everywhere.
Correct. Open a map, open the globe, and
Close your
you,
eyes.
yeah,
Boom.
exactly. Just spin that stuff and put your finger. Show me one place that David or Dan or me
Yeah.
can go to that we're not going to be exposed to a certain level of risk and or danger, whether if you and by the way, you said it's a multi-faith country over here in the United Kingdom of Great Britain. I would say yes, but that's the minority actually, and that's a failed experiment because right now there's only one single narrative that control here, and that's, first of all, ultra uber Marxism and communism and fascism. That's the main thing that is being pushed slowly but surely. Nibble bits and bobs of our freedoms and liberties every day,
Same thing here in the US, my friend. Same thing, man.
which is unfortunate. And same goes to Israel, by the way, and lots of plethora of other countries.
I think the West in general now.
The West in
Canada.
general,
well, this goes back. Well, we talked about all of this with Bill Cooper discussions, and remember the Yuri Bezmenov videos we covered, Dan?
yeah, the KGB spy who's about cognitive dissidence and everything that eventually.
Yeah, I guess Dan doesn't remember him.
I
Yeah,
do.
I do.
Well, definitely remember in the
Yeah.
early 80s.
Well-
and he forecast and prognosticated what was going to happen.
Yeah.
And we're seeing it now before our eyes.
Yeah.
I question
Well,
sometimes if
The
that
reason
also
I meant
wasn't
is I mentioned this. Well, either way, I've said this in other videos. These people that we were studying in those previous videos, this was 40 years ago. So they've had 40 years to achieve their objectives. So
yeah.
So it's already too late, man. It's the Titanic. It's too late.
Okay.
It's done.
I agree
It's
with you,
done.
David. But tell me something. I got a question. Back then, when we were all like kind of like younger men or teenagers or younger men, like young adults, but still in our 20s or 30s. Now we're all like in our beginning mid 40s, maybe end. But my question is,
Yeah, well, you're younger than
looking
us.
back, okay, I'm 42 years old, so slightly or a lot younger than you guys. But
Right.
my question is,
A lot. Yeah.
well, fair enough. It's
But
not
go
a
ahead.
competition.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I'm
my
the
main
oldest one
question is,
here. I'll leave it at that.
yeah, I'm thinking back then
Whatever.
when we were younger, knowing what we know today, did we even know what we know today? I don't.
Of
I
course
don't.
not. No.
There you go. And the concept of conspiracy theorists was invented already in the 60s. What does that tell you?
Well,
So even
oh yeah.
before
Well, sure, yeah. Yeah, it was a psyop, man. But you know,
part of marketing,
back when
marketing.
Dan and I were in our 20s, we were on the treadmill. We were just trying to survive. You know, I mean,
Eh,
we
So
you
what does it
know,
say about
we
me?
made enough to we made what?
I lost. I'm saying, what does it say about me? I lost in between 18 and 6 months to 21 and a half, nearly 22. I wasn't even on the treadmill. I was in the meat grinder. I was given 3 years and change of my life to the internal and external security services of that state that right now keep on sending young men and women, mainly men, um, to keep you know keep the land, keep bloodening the, how Jerusalem they put it, bloodening the fields. And I'm like, for what? I mean, like, for another piece of land, for another oil rig drilling, or onshore, offshore. I mean, like, for
Well,
what?
well,
So what? Like,
that's
okay, so for a few to live in a lavish kind of way, many must die horrible deaths. For what? I can't wrap my head around it. But nowadays, when everything, all the sewage is floating up, we know, well, I mean, to a certain extent, what's really going on, what it's all about. And you know what? Maybe certain segment of the Jewish population in Israel, maybe worldwide. By the way, most Zionists globally are not even Jews, but that's another topic. But what I'm saying, like, by the way, Zionism is not part of Judaism. It's a political movement. It's not part of the actual faith. So
of course. Yeah, right. Yeah,
I'm
it
thinking,
doesn't it doesn't mean you're Jewish if you're a Zionist.
yes, but my main question is, like, I'm looking at the big picture or the optics of things, and I'm thinking, where from afterwards? Are we heading to World War III, Armageddon type style? Because like, from what I'm hearing, and it's coming from different angles, and if multiple sources telling you certain things, it's not just, buy the rumor, sell the news, because it's not the mainstream, obviously. But a war with Iran, or Persia, as they like to be called, is imminent. And I'm like, if this kicks off,
Well, yeah. Well, I don't even want to go down. We're not going to have time for this, but I do want to address what you brought up before. Okay, is
sure,
when you were a young man and you sacrificed time of your life to serve in the ID. No, let me finish. To serve, please,
yeah,
to serve in the IDF. It's because you were a young man, and this is why they say wars are fought by the young. Because as young people, this is where, okay, I'm writing a second book right now, and one of the sections that I've been touching on in this section of the book I'm writing, it's called The Mandate of Heaven, which goes back to China. And basically what it means is it means that you are allowed to rule as long as the people think that the gods think that you're worthy of ruling us. And the problem is young people today, they're finding out very quickly that the boomers and our generation and the older generations who created what we have today, they failed miserably. So they don't have the mandate of heaven, and they should be overthrown, discarded immediately. But they have such a grasp on society, they're not letting go. Look at who our presidents are. We got an 80-year-old Joe Biden and we got an 80-year-old Trump. These guys should be in the retirement homes.
I wouldn't. You know what? Sometimes you're correct, but I wouldn't just factor in the age, because they can. Okay, you can be young and
It's the
ambitious.
mentality as well. It's the
True,
mentality as well.
but it's kind of like, you look at it like, okay, let me give you an analogy. Like, okay, so a young warrior versus an older warrior. So strength and youth is in the side of the young, but time and experience is in the side of the older one. So you see what I mean?
I'm just making a point that the cycle that you were stuck in, the cycle that Dan and I were in, it will continue until the younger generation of whatever time says, we no longer give you the mandate of heaven. We no longer give you legitimacy. That says it in our Constitution. It says it in our Constitution that we have the right to bring down the government at any time. Yeah, try that out. See how it ends for you.
Correct, because they cut that pipeline off, like with some laws that predates, but also since the Patriot Act, which there's nothing patriotic about it. It's all nonsensical. It's like our old friend Jim Willie like used to say, the fascist manifesto. And look what they're bringing out today, the Data Protection Act. It wasn't meant to protect you or your identity or fraud. It was meant to protect the system and big corporation to not release information that relates to you, even upon demand with signature and identification and the works. Look at the smart chip ID.
I know, but here's the funny thing is we have more information than ever today, and we have greater division. It's like people don't do their homework, or they read the headlines and they think they're informed. Okay,
because they keep distracting people. They keep distracting people and troll everyone around. So look over here, don't look over there, because you know we're busy chipping away in your freedom and liberties, and suddenly, before you know it, it becomes the law of the land, etc. And then before you know the old saying, you can vote your way into tyranny, but you're gonna have to fight your way out of it. So,
well, I keep going back to the analogy, the allegory of what I talked about with when I bought my house, and I had the 90 trees that were 60, 70, 80 feet tall, these oak trees, and I found that I had to take them down. They're beautiful trees, but I couldn't do anything with them. It is what it is. The bottom line is if our country is so badly gone, so badly damaged, you got to hit the reset button. It's got to be reset.
Well,
sure,
but you heard Pam Bondi 2 weeks ago, the comment she made, which was disturbing, right? Like if we prosecute, if we go after all these people, guys, like, and prosecute them all, she said it, her words, the whole system will collapse. We can't do that. That's what you're dealing with. I'm not saying you're wrong, Dave, by the way, at all. Not saying you're wrong. I think a lot of Americans feel that way. And I would guess even in Britain, probably a lot of Brits feel that way about what's going on in their country.
Listen, we're light over here, they're light years away from the United States of America. But I got a group of people that I follow, not just in YouTube, but other alternative mainstream, to the mainstream, sorry. And they say, if you want to see how the United States of America is going to look like in about, I don't know, 10, 15 years from now, just look
at England,
Great
right?
Britain. Look at England. That's all you got to do, man. That's all you got to do. They got nobody. They got nothing. They got no representation, nothing.
Okay, we're gonna transition here because otherwise we're on 75 minutes because we're going down old roads we covered in, whether it's Ecclesiastes or the 600-pound fat guy or the heroin addict analogy or the tree analogy. The bottom line is, you know, King Solomon in Ecclesiastes said basically, you know, he basically said he studied more than anybody, and all he has is grief and sorrow from all his studies. And this is why you really have to take each day as it comes, because that's about all we can control, if we're lucky.
True, but you know,
so that's how I will end my discussion on this, and I'll give you guys a final word, but because we can't go much more time because Dan has a time limit.
Sure, I'll just end by saying I agree with you, but I will add to that. Look at modern times, and it's all linked, because I wrote in the chat, the further away we are from the spiritual realm of God and the primordial line, the weaker and dumber we become.
Yeah.
And I think that if you look at past sins as opposed to current sins, this is why, and I'm not just talking about Jesus Christ, mind you, there were a lot of, and not just sons of Israel, Jews, there was a lot of um, people or spiritual righteous people. They were sacrificed. Again, they're not mentioned in books one way or the other, or maybe they do, but not to the degree that of whatever written in the Old Testament or the New Testament. But there's a lot of people who went to save or as an atonement for humanity's crime back then, and I think it's been like that for centuries, arguably thousands of years. Unfortunately, good things and good individuals are perished, and then you've got evil thriving. I don't know if you guys, just to finalize it, you watched that old movie with Nicolas Cage, Lord of War.
Yeah.
I'm
Good
familiar with it.
Yeah, so
Good movie.
in the movie he's narrating like past, present, and future events, and he mentioned like um the old saying that like it's kind of like in a sarcastic way, but it's true. It's sad but true. He said, "Evil triumph when good people fail to act. When they should have said, evil triumph. Period." That's unfortunate, but in the times we live in it right now, with all the sickening things that we look around the world, especially, no offense to anyone, but look at again what people describe as God blind spots. Look at them in the last what 30 years. Take her out a couple of years. The um, mass genocide that's taking place in the Congo and Darfur in Africa. Anybody talks about it? No.
No,
Look at
don't care.
Mexico, the value of life in places, certain areas in Mexico, Peru, Bolivia, just like certain places that like
All over the
um,
world. It's all over the world. Absolutely.
It's constant.
Israel, even certain parts in Europe. Look what's going on. Did you hear recently about the Ukrainian front, about Zelensky decided to, because he's got no more cannon fodder and whatever it is, he decided to recruit pensioners. In other words, people above the age of 60, 60 something, to the
Yeah,
front
he's
line
run out of
because
men.
he didn't just run out of men, even mercenaries, proper professional mercenaries don't want to go back anymore. And I'm like, holy, you know what? Like I
Well,
just
what good is what good is going there to make money if you're not going to be around to spend it?
100%.
and,
You got
and,
to
and
figure a
even if
mercenary that went in there 1 or 2 or 3 tours, made his money. He knows the score, where it's going. And if he's made his money, to you guys' point, it's like,
to be honest
what,
with
you go in a fourth time for a suicide mission and not come out?
you, a brief comment on
Okay,
that. Then
all right. Well,
I got it.
El Nino,
Yeah,
okay, El
sorry,
Nino,
go on.
I love you, but I'm going to cut you there. Dan,
Sure.
I'll give you a couple words
Yeah.
before
So in
we
a nutshell,
transition.
here's what
We're
I'll
going to
say.
transition. Hold on. We're going to
Yeah.
transition. We're going to transition into gold and silver and financial markets in a minute as soon as Dan's done.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'll be real quick. You both touched on it, but you touched on it too, Dave. Ecclesiastes. There is truly nothing new under the sun, guys. And Ecclesiastes clearly states that there is nothing new under the sun. Where am I going with this? Everything's circular. The book of Revelation tells us where we're headed. Yes, there is going to be a World War III, El Nino. It's going to happen.
Oh, that's for sure.
Okay. I don't know when. Revelation tells us that the armies will descend upon Israel. They will come from essentially the north, right? Some will, a 200 million man army. It says 200 million men. Okay. It's going to happen. Okay. There wasn't even 200 million people probably on the whole earth when it was written. That's where we're headed. But in addition to that, we're headed that way, I argue, because there's nothing new under the sun. We are now modern day Sodom and Gomorrah. The West is. That's what we
Correct.
are, because we stepped away, like you said, El Nino, from the spiritual aspect. America has been blessed for so long, but that blessing is continuing, in my view, to do this. Wane, as we continue to turn our back on God. That's what I will say. And a lot of people now in the West, in particular in the USA, laugh at that. The church has failed. Okay. The preachers, the pastors, the priests, they failed. Okay. There was a time from the pulpit where they could say things and they had weight, and even the politicians would heed them and listen to them. But they're not doing their job anymore. So this is where we're at.
Correct. Gradual decay and decline, and that's
100%.
very unfortunate.
Evil
And
runs the world. We know this, so we shouldn't be surprised. The world is the devil's playground. The Bible says that.
yeah, kinda. And in a way, you can look at some handful of cases and say, okay, sometimes there's no good guys or bad guys. There's only interests. I can live with that, but I mean, what if they align with mine or not? That's a different story. But when I'm looking at overall, yeah, you're right. The world is being run by evil
It's
group
the
of
devil's
oligarchs.
playground. And the way I see it is God looks at each person individually and says, look, I know you were in the devil's playground, but how did you handle it and what did you do? Because he does it at the end of the day. In my interpretation, the world according to simplistic Dan, he expects good men to do something, right? He expects good men to act. Okay. He's a God of justice. If I see an old lady being mugged, for example, right, even though I'm older now and stuff like that,
You'll step in.
I know myself. I'm going to be afraid. I'm not going to want to jump in, but I'm going to help, because I know 2 hours later, if she takes a beating and is killed or whatever, and now I'm looking at myself in the mirror, I could have done something, but I did nothing. I can't live with myself. That's a simplistic example. I'm not saying I'm a good
Okay.
man, but
All
I
right,
am
we're gonna leave
saying
it. We're gonna leave it there. Okay, Dan.
you guys
We're gonna
get the
leave it
point.
there.
That's the world
Yeah.
we're in, though.
Yeah.
How we choose to act is different.
Well,
It's
all you
on
gotta
us.
do is look at how about that guy Dan? Look at Daniel Penny. He stepped in. Do you remember Daniel Penny?
No.
He was the Marine in New York City who got involved in the subway, and he was tried for murder.
I remember that one. Yeah.
Yeah,
Light
you got
blonde hair guy.
Everybody can look at that. Yep. He had the curly permed hair.
Yes,
Yep.
I remember.
Okay,
Vivid.
so basically, what we said is we would cover this in two sections. The first part was the Leviticus, and now we'll just Sunday night is when the markets open in Asia, and so what I'll do is I will show the screen here, and
Now,
my
real quick
computer
transition
is a little
into
slow here.
Do you have another leg up, or do you have a correction or
Yep,
pullback?
the Wi-Fi. Okay, is that up on the screen?
not yet.
I can't say I see anything for now.
That's how
but-
slow it is.
Oh, there we go. It's loading
Okay,
up.
well, okay, there it is. 30 seconds later. You can see that now, right?
Got it. Yep.
Okay,
Bitcoin.
so I just opened up Bitcoin. Bitcoin's down 5% on the open. Well, Bitcoin's
Oh,
open
no.
24 hours, but as far as, okay, so, with these markets, I don't know about you guys, but, we're getting a lot of head fakes where the thing will go up 10% and then it will open and then it will go down 10%. So we could have one of these situations, right? Where we have that happen. And then, okay, I stop sharing that screen. And then if we go into, I'll call up the silver and gold chart here. Silver and gold are responding very positively on their open in Shanghai. So silver's up 6.7%. So
Holy.
I'm not sure what's going on. Like, is that coming up?
Okay.
Yeah, I see it. Wow, silver's
Okay.
back up to almost $88 and gold's pushing 5,200. Wow.
Holy.
With
That's
everything going on in the world, are
Yeah.
you surprised?
not really, but like just like beats my prediction and my budget to acquire more. It's just it's unreal.
Hmm. Yeah, gold's going to go to
Yeah.
10,000 eventually.
Well,
Dave and I have been
Arguably
saying that
more,
for a
way
long
more
time. Yeah.
in the
Oh,
long
yeah.
haul.
Yeah. Oh,
5,
yeah.
10, 12
Agreed.
years.
And
Yeah,
silver's going to go triple digits easy. Easy.
easy. It's already on the path to 150,
Yeah.
200 easy.
Oh, yeah. It's going two,
Right.
300, 400.
well,
We'll see
This
that.
is, this is Weimar Germany on
I,
steroids,
I, I
guys.
think I think silver. Yeah, but the criminals are still in complete control, and I think there's still a
Well,
chance.
true.
Let's face it. Most people who are investors, most of them use fear to shake them out of things. So I think it's not impossible for silver to pull back to $55 plus or minus $5 and have a lot of people panic sell.
Okay, yeah, just
Have a
like
lot of
the
people panic sell.
yeah, but the 29th of January was no accident. You remember what happened then? The sharp pullback. That wasn't just a sell-off.
Sure.
Yeah, I won't
No,
forget
there were
that.
a lot of people getting liquidated because they changed the margin rules. What happened is the price of silver had been getting driven up by people bidding on these future contracts. And they did that when they only had to put up a small percentage of the money required. Then these exchanges started saying, you got to put up 25%, you got to put up 30%, you got to put up 35%. And they're like, no. So they started selling their contracts.
Yeah, mainly to
And
the CME.
natural gas is up tonight, and oil is down.
Yeah, Francis Hunt, the market sniper, said that oil is a trap for now. It's bearish kind of like thing.
Yeah, well, I think oil is up because of speculators speculating on Iran driving the price of oil higher.
Well,
But if we look at it just
Mhm.
as economics would say the price of oil should be going down.
That's correct. That's correct. I'll tell you why. Also, because Saudi Arabia has increased production, even though they don't just supply the U.S. anymore with the petrodollar system. The thing is, Iran, the looming threat is a lie and a con to begin with, because Iran consume a lot more of the oil they produce than export it, if it makes sense to you as well. Iran, I keep calling it Iran from some sort of reason, like it should be Persia. Iran is the name that the West gave them, but either way, we know what we mean. But um, yeah, Iran consume a lot of the crude, Brent crude, and refine it within their borders and use it, then sell it externally. That's why they have also the full blown currency crisis. The riots and the demonstration in the street that we saw a week or two back. I don't know if it's still an ongoing situation. It's nothing to do with against the supreme leader of the country or anything like that. It's mainly in relation to the mismanagement of the president financially internally. So I think that has something to do with that, and that kind of fear, alongside with the threat of war, is what makes people
No,
think that.
I think it's a pump and dump scheme. Everything, first thing I always think of is who's pumping it so they can dump it. That's the first thing I think of, because that's all our country is today, is our financial markets. It's a pump and dump scheme, a Ponzi scheme. There's nothing real in the markets today. It's all fraud. It's all fraud.
Except
It's all
the
fraud.
real
Even
stuff, gold and silver.
no. Most on the in the stock market, most of it is a fraud. The stuff you're talking about is the stuff you have in your hand.
Yeah, correct. No, I'm not talking
I
about
think
that.
he meant the physical
the,
stuff, Dave. He meant the physical stuff is
no,
real.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm clarifying. I'm clarifying for people, anybody who might listen to us. I'm not. Don't go out and buy SLV and think you're buying silver.
No,
There's a difference,
don't.
guys, between buying the fund/paper versus buying the physical
In other
thing.
words, paper contracts just give you an exposure to the market price,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
in fiat dollars, pounds,
Right.
euros,
Yeah.
etc.
Big difference between a
Exposure.
piece of paper and what El Nino just showed
But
in
that's
his
all they
hand.
want. That's
The
all.
actual
That's all.
silver.
But that's all.
Yeah.
Just like the Book of Revelation talks about. That's all 90% of the people want. They just want to. They just it's the crypto bro. It's why the markets are the way they are. It's why they have zero DTs E's every day. Is they want to basically make their 1,000% a day and think that they're
Yeah.
freaking gods.
Violent swings.
They don't care.
Violent swings.
They don't. Well, they don't care what the symbol stands for as long as it's making the money. And I'm guilty as charged in many ways
You're a crypto bro,
because
Dave?
that's the way that's the way the markets are today. I mean,
Oh, man, who do you pose?
if you buy and hold today, you get your teeth kicked in. Look at the indexes and look at a lot of these things
Oh yeah.
over
Oh
time.
yeah. It's a yo-yo. It's a freaking
It's
yo-yo.
like that not 100% reliable machine of the polygraph. Once you start like getting pressure, it's like
Does
it's
El
like
Nino eat Fruit Loops? We don't know.
something like it's insane,
Yeah.
man. It's insane. It's
Yeah.
just unreal. And I don't think
Well,
we're ever gonna see
I'll,
anything like that in the next 150 years. Like this is a once in a lifetime event. It's one in a millennia or two, I think. Nothing like that
Yeah.
ever
well,
happened since the fall of the Roman
well,
Empire.
here I'm going to bring this up because Zodi007 brought up a good point. He said the coin shops decided to pay you the futures price because it was less than the spot price. And what I can tell you is for shits and giggles, I called up some local coin shops in New Hampshire, and they were basically saying they'd give me $80 to $85 an ounce when the price for silver was 120 something.
120.
And
Oh,
so when you talk about so the silver market is completely rigged and controlled. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And so
I don't
it's going to
fully
take,
agree with that statement, but
well, you might want $120 El Nino, but you're not going to get it. Not in the US, you
I'm-
won't.
no, that's not what I'm saying. Once you buy it, you sit on it because the rigging and
What was,
manipulation era is coming to an end. They're losing control. That's what I'm trying to say. You're right. It is
well,
rigged and manipulated, but they're losing control over it. Uh, that's my
the
personal
point
opinion
I was going to
based on.
make, the point I was going to make is for those people who just want to speculate and catch the move, then you can trade paper. But the whole point of the physical is
Yes.
to transition to whatever monetary system is going to be coming, or to hedge against inflation or deflation.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the reason for holding anything physical. It's why I said in some of my videos that silver is not the only thing you can buy. If you have a lot of cats and you go through a bag of kitty litter a week, it might be best to buy 100 bags of kitty litter because that's real. I mean, that's going to cost you real money. So buying today at half the price of what it's going to be tomorrow might be a good investment for you. Might be medicine. If you have a certain medicine that you have to take or you're going to be sick or die, might be good to bring in a year or 2 years worth of supply of medicine while you still can.
You want to
It
hear
doesn't
something
have to be
insane?
silver.
Correct, but you want to hear something insane, but like it's actually very, very, very not just tactical, but long-term strategy to preserve wealth and to gain capital on the other side of whatever may come after that big, ginormous reset. I personally know at least 2 to 3 people who, besides gold and silver, I mean, they got significant capital over here in London, they also buying not just packets, but whole carts or cartons of cigarettes, whiskey, cigars, violins individually in cases,
Yeah,
fine
yeah,
arts,
yeah.
real stuff that you can feel and touch,
The
and yeah,
yeah,
it's just insane. And
for bartering.
not just for bartering, but like let's say they themselves don't smoke or drink for that matter, and even if they do, they keep a small portion for themselves at the cabinet somewhere in a double tap door or something like that. The rest of it, it the amount that they bought when it was before inflation kicked off, and there's still some way to go.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
uh, they bought hand over fist from main suppliers, and now they're just sitting on it. They said we're not using a single drop for ourselves or for others. We're not even using it just yet. We're waiting for everything
No,
to
of
crash.
course. Well, you know, somebody, you know, they're going to want to drink in the future. The other thing that a lot of people are doing is over-the-counter medications, is Silver Liberties. I remember I had a discussion with him, and he said the number one thing that people wanted when the Soviet Union collapsed was I forget the name of the name brand, but it was anti-diarrhea medicine because I guess you couldn't even get clean water, so people started getting diarrhea. So that was what everybody was willing to pay an arm and a leg for, is
Oh,
anti-diarrhea medicine. So
so
if you had boxes and boxes of that, you made a killing.
so just like Dan mentioned in the beginning of you guys your conversation before I hopped on, is that like we're not in a Mad Max scenario like Armageddon type of world just yet. But from what you're saying, in the next 5, 10, maybe 12, 15 years, we're gonna hit that spot 2030, 2032 onwards. We're gonna get there eventually. I mean,
Well, no. I've addressed this. Uh, Chris Martinson from the oh, I forget the name of the channel, but I've shown this video 100 times of the dripping water in Yankee Stadium. It's the
yes,
it's
compounded
the
interest.
it's yeah, it's the compounding video. These
Yeah.
are the things that could happen tomorrow, and it's the things where what's the saying? If you're a day late, you if you're not already prepared, you're late. And it's one of these things where that's what's happening right now. El Nino is a lot of people are like, well, I've got plenty of time. I've got plenty of time. I don't need to worry about it. I'll wait for the signs. Well, you know what? The sign is going to be, when you see the sign, it's going to be too late already. It's kind of like what I was saying with Dan with certain things. You're too late already. And it's like, don't wait on these things. You should have already been done doing all this stuff. And it's kind of like the people who on the Titanic, they were singing and dancing and like, oh, no, don't worry, don't worry. And by the time they went to get a lifeboat, all the lifeboats were gone and they drowned. They were dead. And that's what's gonna happen. Is you could wake up one day and London will be under martial law, okay, and it's going to be chaos, and you're not going anywhere. That's what happened in China. I know people who are living in China. When that thing first started going down, a lot of foreigners picked up and left. And I know people who were stuck there and they were locked down in these apartment buildings and you couldn't even leave. They'd bring you like a cardboard box worth of food that would last you until you got the next box. And
What time are we talking about? We're talking about
that was during COVID. That was during
oh,
COVID.
okay, I thought you were talking about even prior to that. Okay, yeah.
No.
Wow.
That was during COVID. So there was no warning on that. It was like, until further notice, you're locked down. Hey, in Mexico, man,
Yeah.
in Mexico, where I go down to the beach, they're sending out the military. And even during COVID, you remember in COVID, there were these people who were surfing and they sent the army or the police out to arrest these people for surfing. Who are they near out in a surfboard in the middle of the ocean? So these decrees could come down at any time, especially at the war. Do you think Donald Trump couldn't come out with a decree tonight, make something up, and all of a sudden it's a new world tomorrow? Dan?
Through presidential order. Yeah.
The funny
Yeah.
thing is that
He's
you already got the
Trump has shown
Sorry,
his
Jim.
colors, man.
Yeah. No, he's
All I'm
scary.
saying is,
Yeah.
yeah,
I gotta tell you,
Yep.
like, it's not just him; it's also the people backing him up or whoever's managing him. But
But the point is, it doesn't even have to be Trump per se. What Dave's saying, and I agree, we're in a world now that it's like a light switch. You know, 1 minute you think you're hunky dory, and the light switch is flicked, and in seconds, it's changed overnight, and everybody's caught like this.
just out of
Yep.
curiosity, I
and,
did to my best of my abilities. I did most of the preparation that I can. Besides, obviously, you guys' advice to me in relocating, even if it's internally, just to the rural Britain or the countryside or some forestry or farmland area. Get out of the main city. That's the whole thing. That not because I don't want to, it's because I've been withheld back by family and other commitments.
Oh,
And
yeah,
again,
absolutely. It's tough, man. It's hard. I know.
my children are like the most important thing. I cannot go anywhere when when they're not with me, and I know they're safe and daddy's there and daddy is protecting you and providing to you and everything, or m- come what may. But my question to you guys, to people in the know that but they don't have much to go on with, like whether if it's currency or different types of medium of exchange or something to borrow with, what would be your best advice for them? Because 80-90% of the global population, not just American or Brits or whoever, they're not even aware of what's going on around them. Just see something and they react. Or war, or another scamdemic, or another political scandal, or another Epstein
well,
or Epstein.
I don't remember the exact words, but Jesus addressed this, and basically Jesus said, "Don't even waste your time on people like that. It's a waste of your resources and your energy to worry about people who don't want to help themselves like
Yeah,
that."
but no, yeah,
And
but I'm not
I
talking
could
about.
find the exact verse. No, but it's you got to worry about. I've said this to Dan. You got to worry about yourself and your own inner circle. And I've told you this personally when we've talked privately, Ellen. Is
Yeah,
you have to pray, meditate, and come to your own conclusion. Because guess what? All of us, all of us know the right answer. Most of us will justify in our own mind that we're not going to do it because we think for whatever reason we don't want to believe it. We think we know better, and then when it happens, we're like, "Oh, I knew it was going to happen." And that's what I will say on that is we're our own worst enemy, and it's kind of like what I say to people when you're in a situation and things start going down. I've seen it happen where people are like, "Gee, are those fireworks? Gee, what's this? What's that?" And they get the round popped into their head. When things start going, okay, it's game on, and
yeah,
we should
I,
be
I
at
get that part.
we should be at that mentality right now. And I'm just going to be brutally honest with you, El Nino. You're not taking it seriously. So when your kids end up dead because they didn't get pulled out of London, it's going to be on you.
Correct, correct.
Okay?
Because I didn't push the button too hard.
Because in your mind, you're justifying, well, it's too difficult with this. I'm not going to mention specifics. It's too difficult with this or too difficult with this. And I'm guilty of this myself. Okay? Is I try to be
But
much harsher with myself now. Is I don't try to hold myself with kid gloves. Is I just say, hey, you got to do it. Got to do it. It's not. I mean, it's not it's not what I want to do, it's what I have to do.
Correct, but like again, the question wasn't about myself or people who like the one who don't pay attention or don't care or don't even know.
I answered your question already.
Okay.
Fuck them.
Even the
If
people
they-
who know but have little bit
No,
ability
you
to
said
think.
you said the people who are like thinking, listen, if they don't care enough about themselves that they're going to invest in this, if you're reactionary today, like there was a discussion last year, 2 years ago that I had with Dan, and I was like, so you're just going to wait until you see the army moving down your street to say, okay, I guess it's time to act. Too late.
Yeah, by that time
Too
it's gonna be
late.
too late. So correct.
I saw my
But
sign, and now I'm locked in my house.
but the thing is, so according to what you're saying, I'm not gonna try to rationalize the
No, what I'm saying is
fact.
you have to meditate and pray and come up with your own answer because it will you will find the answer. You will find your answer if you are brave enough to listen for it. Then Dan
I
and I have
already
talked
got
about
the
this.
answer.
Well, if you have your
Implementing it,
answer,
will be hard because of the choking point. Because you see, right now, what you're telling me, in other words, and I agree with you. My problem is the choking point. What do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? I mean, okay, yank the children out of school, and not in a violent way,
which
but in an aggressive way.
they're in right, which probably schools in the UK and in the United States probably aren't helping your kids anyways.
Correct,
It'd be better be
what I'm
better to be homeschooled.
correct, but what I'm saying is yank the children out of school, then
Right.
by necessity, not violently, obviously, fold the
Right.
wife in handcuffs if it's necessary, and just shoot away from the car out of town with whatever I can manage to carry, and just go run for the hills, because obviously
No,
London
no,
is
no, no.
the
The
largest.
advantage of doing it, the advantage of doing it today, El Nino, is you have the time to implement.
Yeah.
We
Use the
think
buffer time to
unless it
slowly.
happens tomorrow. But if you wait
Yeah.
until it's too late, you're forked.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm boxed in. Yeah,
Exactly.
Well,
Are
but
you
no,
in London? You are in London, right?
yeah.
Yeah. You're in London, the city.
Not even Greater London. I'm in what consider, because London is divided into 33 to 34 different boroughs, kind of like mini district
yeah,
local government,
yeah, it's
and
huge. Yeah, huge.
and it's the largest metropolitan area in all of Europe. And in the center of it, there's the city of London, which is not considered as part of. It's kind of like a sovereign state of its own. That's where who
Yeah.
sits over there.
The
Part
government.
of those part of those groups. Let's put it this way. And the thing is, that's zone 1. I live in the border between zone 2 to 3.
So you're
Well, did you
right
see
in
that
the
video?
epicenter.
Yeah. Did you see that video I
Oh,
sent you of
good.
Richmond? That looked like a very nice area,
Yes,
El
but
Nino.
you see, zones over here of London and Greater London are between 1 to 9.
Yeah, but
I think 6, 7, 8, 9 are more the industrialized or the suburbs
no,
of
no,
kind of
that
like the
I
outer
sent you a
buildings.
video that a friend of mine created on Richmond. That
Yeah, but it's kind of like just like Oxbridge and other places, and it's not sustainable. It's unaffordable. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like even
is
the
that
rent, let alone buying. So
well, no,
it's just
I just sent it because it looked like a nice rural area. I was shocked that it was part of London.
it's kind of like, yeah, it's part of London, but it's kind of like, I think it's the last on that direction. It's the last area we can traveling with a debit card or an Oyster card, kind of like tap
Yeah.
tap tap.
I
It's
mean,
it
look. Yeah.
From that area onwards, you have to buy your tickets physically, like kind of like physical ticket.
But the bottom line is, whether you're in
All I'm
London, New
saying is
York.
it would be
Yeah.
out of the meat. It would be out of the meat chopping area. It would
Yeah,
buy you some time to move.
but the
Yeah.
proof
I
is in the
mean,
Yeah,
any
pudding.
Zodi,
major city you're in,
Zodi's.
particularly in the West, you want to be away from it if you
Yeah, the
can,
peanut
at least.
gallery is saying buy a boat. Buy a boat. That's not a bad
So
idea. You can travel up and down the Thames.
maybe other rivers in England. The last place I wanna row a boat like is in the Thames, unless it's a big ship like a tourist one, which are kind of like a ferry size, but or bigger. But um, even that they put
There,
in legislation in place that preventing you and prohibit you. Listen to this: prohibit you to take on and off without pre-announcement, without licensing of some sort. Basically, you pay us and we permit you. That's what the government come and tell you. You pay us and we permit you to travel with a certain barcode, and you got to install all sorts of devices to be identified to their system, whether if you are
Oh my God.
internally or
well, listen,
externally. And
I hear
by the
you.
way,
Listen, when
you
What a
prohibited even to
nightmare.
fish in your own territorial water. Just FYI.
What a nightmare.
well, listen, if it comes to the UK or England, the writing's been on the wall for years. I mean, people who are just standing outside abortion clinics praying are getting arrested and thrown in prison, from what I
Thank you.
understand. And
Yeah, I
and
saw
and
that. I
so
saw several things.
what else
Sometimes in the
what
news.
else do you what else do you need to know? I mean, everybody I'm sure at this point has seen the stats where there are like 100 times more people in the UK getting thrown into jail for social media posts than Russia
What are you talking about?
or China
Today
or
over
China.
here, by the law, you don't even have to actual post the post that they don't like. All you have to do
Listen,
is just
I
reshare it or
I
like
don't
it.
pay attention. I don't pay attention to what the UK is doing is because I don't care. I don't care. It's it.
Crazy.
I basically and you know what? The people of the UK, just like the people with the USA, too bad for you. You are complicit in the crimes. You are sitting there allowing it because you like watching your Dancing with the Stars and your football and you're going to the pub every night with your friends and when the shit hits the fan, you'll be like, I never saw it coming. Oh, and then
But
you'll
that
be
going back,
eating Soylent. Then you'll be eating Soylent Green.
you absolutely right on above target. But the thing is that like, look, you I'm gonna trace it back to what you said earlier. Uh, we failed. They won for now because you know what? The SWAT teams and the handcuffs and the military march in the street are built up um for what, like dozens, hundred, maybe 1,000 men. But if we all get up together, like what, can they stop 10, 15, 20 million people altogether? No, they don't have the manpower for this shit. So what I'm
No,
saying
so
is,
is it any surprise why they were killing people like MLK, JFK, RFK, Malcolm X, MLK, back in the 60s? And it's why they killed people like Charlie Kirk last year.
yeah,
Do you think Charlie Kirk might have had some influence if he came out and said, hey, guys, this is what I uncovered. This is what we need to do? How many millions of young people were following him?
he was doing, according to a lot of sources, he was doing something that didn't set well with the powers that be. He was trying to get people to start a conversation, to re-engage in a discourse, and
That's my
and
point.
and
That's my
yeah,
point is you and like our conversation tonight, they don't give a shit if we have conversations because we're nobodies.
but yeah. But if you gain enough, a bigger platform and a bigger audience,
Yeah, then guess what?
that's
You'll
you're
you'll
on
be
someone's
next. You'll
radar.
be like, yeah, you'll be next to Charlie Kirk then.
Exactly.
That's that's
They
all.
preempted Charlie Kirk, no doubt, because in my mind, I agree that because he could have reached a point where, okay, guys, he could have given the message, time to mobilize, whatever that means, if you know what I mean. So
Well,
they cut the head
he
off the
already
snake there.
was. Yeah, he already was. I mean, he was
He-
partnering
yeah.
with Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, and that's when they really went, uh-oh, uh-oh.
Studios. Yeah, that's
So,
unfortunate.
so,
That's correct.
well, listen, I'm sorry, I'm sorry to say that is is that I'm not Charlie Kirk. I'm not Jesus Christ. I'm not MLK. I'm not JFK. And I'm a nobody, and I'm never going to influence other people, and that's okay. That's why I'm in Mexico, because I got to the point. I've told this story. I know I've told Dan, where I got to the point, and I know this sounds insane to some people because people call me nuts. God talks to me. Okay. And when sometimes I don't hear him because I'm too busy in my own mind and I'm not listening. But God, I could tell you hundreds of stories where God has told me something and it was accurate. Well, God told me, why aren't you believing in me or something like that? And I finally said to him, listen, Matthew 6:25-27, the do not worry section of the Bible. And I know I've talked to you about this, El Nino, as well. And I've sent you those verses. I said to God, I said, you're right, God. I said, I'm gonna basically put my faith in you. I'm not gonna put trust in the Lord, okay, with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding, and always submit to him, and he will make your path straight. It's that simple, folks. For anything, it's that simple. If you think you have the answer, I'm sorry to say, if you think I have the answer, if you think Trump has the answer, I'm sorry to say, we don't. He doesn't. You don't. Okay. And
we just have
sometimes we just have to.
Modern conversation.
I think you have
little King David, the prophet Daniel, and Elijah. I'm just
go.
a silly.
Well, listen. I've told God, I'm a bit of a thick skull, and if he starts talking to me in these ways where the butterfly flutters a certain way, I've told him, hey, God, I'm not going to understand. You're going to have to talk to me in a way that I understand you. And if he told me that he needed me to do something, well, then I guess I'd have to listen to him. But so far, I think the way that I've lived the last 4 or 5 years, I'm trying to live in a way that he would basically be proud of. Okay, I'm not on the tread. I could go down the list of the things that I've come up with for me, and all of us have to do that. And number one, like if you have a family, so that is your inner circle, El Nino, and that should be your primary focus. Your children, your wife. Those are your wife, number one. Well, obviously God, your wife, and then your children. You can't be putting your children over your wife, in my opinion. Dan, you can interject. I mean, your children are a product of you and your wife.
Exactly. Yeah. So what I'll say is we get it, at least in America, we get it wrong. You always hear, the kids are first. The kids are the most important at all costs. Yes, the children are important. Yes, you love the children. Absolutely. But they're a consequence of the marriage. I mean, at least what I would suggest, and probably the Bible even touches on it in some way, shape, or form. And I would tell young people this if they're thinking about getting married. You put God first, the marriage comes second, and then the children. But in America, the children come first, 15 things in the middle come next, and then the marriage is somewhere at number 17. God's nowhere in the picture, by the way. And you wonder why the divorce rate on first marriages is 50%, 70% on second marriages, and 80% on third marriages in the US anyway. What does that tell you? It's called we're doing stuff ass backwards.
Correct.
That's what it says to me.
But I will have to partially disagree with both of you by saying, okay, I agree that God's come first, obviously, because he's the beginning and the end.
Yeah.
But
it sounds good, but it's hard to do.
Yeah, but you can say children are a consequence of the marriage, and they're
they are.
But they're not a byproduct of the marriage or carnal relations between anyone to the wives.
They are in some ways. They absolutely are. So all I'm trying to say is, I'm not saying for you, but I see it in America all the time. children run the roost. They run the household, for God's sakes.
Yeah, but what I was trying to
we wonder why everything is so jacked up. And the marriage comes absolutely last. God's nowhere in the picture, and 50 other things are in between. And we
correct,
have a jacked up society,
but in
ethically and
between that
morally in
mentality,
decay. That's all I'll
okay,
say.
fair enough. In between that mentality, but I'm saying like,
Hey,
look,
can I
I
just
don't.
interject here for a second?
Sure.
I just want to interject for a second. I can't. I'm having issues with my Wi-Fi, so I apologize to the people in the chat. I can't reply to you, and the Wi-Fi signal's starting to lose. I'm starting to lose it here.
Yeah,
This
I got
is
to
the
go in a
downside
minute
of being
anyway.
Mexico. The infrastructure,
Yeah.
the infrastructure in Mexico is terrible. It will get better when the Chinese take over the country, but so let's just wrap things up in the next
Ni
couple
hao.
minutes.
Like Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, it's individual circumstance. So what I'll just finish by saying, like,
It
look,
is El Nino, absolutely. And I'm by no means am saying what I just said, my friend. I'm not imposing on you or saying you need to be
no,
doing this, but
I know, but like, let's
it's
say
hard.
I
I know.
believe roughly in a rough edges that your children are like slightly older and more mature than my own. Mine are still like,
100%. My children are grown. They're adults.
you see, so mine the oldest one is 10,
I know it's hard.
the
It's
firstborn
hard.
one.
I know. I know it's
So you
hard.
see, so for me, like saying, oh yeah, you know what, FO, yeah, they can manage. If they were like, let's say in the range of 18, 21 onwards, I could have said, you know what, come with us, otherwise you're on your own, and you have a fully formed mind. So I would say,
Oh
yeah, in
yeah,
a way,
no, absolutely. Yeah.
that he
Yeah.
will always love you, that he would always take care of you, and everything. But there is a point then I have to also think about myself in the relations and its individual situations. But the thing is, like when they're babies or toddlers or in still in the soft
For small
years,
children, small child.
correct. So
It's
how
hard.
can I say, you know what? Let me invest more in kind of like pleasing her because she's part of the whole circle of the family. So when I'm in the back of my mind, that is, I'm killing part of that core, which is in a sense not actual killing, but like kind of like diminishing part of that core, which is again the children. Because what's family is composed of? The
Yeah, but
mom,
no,
the
I
dad.
hear you, man. But to keep this in mind, I've seen it so many times in life. People, I'm not saying you now, I'm saying in general, what
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
seen, at least in America, over and over. People invest, and I'm not saying don't love your kids and do stuff for them and don't invest in them. You know what I mean? But the kids are number one. They're almost put up on a pedestal. Everything is put into the kids. Guess what? The kids are going to be 18 someday. They're going to be 20. They're going to be
yeah,
22. And they're going to go off. They're going to leave. And it's going to be you and your wife just looking at each other,
yeah.
saying, now what? And it happens in America all the time. And the wife and the husband at that point, 20 years later, I'm not saying you, I'm just giving you an example.
In a
See
general
it all
sense,
the
I get it.
time. They don't even know each other. They don't even know each other. And then 3 years later, they're divorced. Geez, I wonder why. They never
Yeah,
had a
hello,
date night.
stranger.
They never
Yeah.
put time into their relationship. Everything went into the kids, but the kids are going to grow, proliferate, blossom, and be gone someday. And it's just going to be you two.
That's
So
correct, and I totally
keep
agree
that
with
in
you.
mind.
But
Young
also
people
there's
make that
another
mistake.
angle.
I'm not saying you're making that mistake, but I'm just,
Sure, I totally agree with
yeah.
you. But there's another social angle to this because they're somehow convinced, kind of like women, they're being, I don't know, being oppressed for centuries, and maybe like I don't know, 150, 200 years ago, they might have been partially, and not full on, but partially. I'm not saying men and women are better or worse than one another. I'm just saying they're different because
Agreed.
mentally, psychologically, emotionally, and physically,
100%.
we just
Men and
build
women are
different.
wired differently. No doubt about it.
100%.
1000%. Anybody
So
that says differently doesn't know what they're talking about,
correct. So in
in
the
my
last
view.
10 years, in the last decade or so, when they try to convince that you know XX can be also XY and XY can be XX, you know what I mean by that, and men can get pregnant, all that horse shit, right? So come to think of it, you see, so also contribute those factors, and yeah, girls' power, we being oppressed and all that. That shit started before the 1920s with the voting rights and whatnot. So that's also over the years escalated and built up to the point that nowadays, what is feminists? What is feminism? What are those, let's say, um, those terminologies and word salads that our grandparents or even great grandparents weren't even familiar with?
It didn't even
Wasn't even
exist. Wasn't even in their realm.
okay.
They
Now
didn't have to put up with all this bullshit.
try to debate that with a libtard, yeah. And
100%, bro.
yeah,
100%.
what you're gonna get is like, oh yeah, but since then humanity have progressed. No. You went backward, asshole. Like that's what I'm saying to them. Not you, obviously, but
No. Spot on. And it said what I said earlier, my friend, about progression. There's different forms of progression. One is flushing yourself down the toilet. You could argue that's progression. You're getting
yeah,
somewhere.
yeah,
That's not the place I want to go, though, into the sewer drain.
yeah. That's correct. That's correct. There's also a lot of predictive programming on TV series and movies that
100%.
I think one of them is My Dinner with Al or something like that. I forgot. I think it's My Dinner with someone, Al or something like
Yeah.
that. So basically, he was saying that, and that was over 20-25 years ago. He was saying in the 80s, a movie from the 80s, I think, maybe even prior to the early 80s. They were saying like, uh, who knows what's good and what's bad? Maybe in 10, 15, 20 years from now, people will cut themselves from the inside out just to feel something.
Ah,
And no, it was kind of like in it's a comedy, it's a drama comedy, but in between the line, you look back then on the messages, and you look at today modern day Sodom and Gomorrah, like you mentioned, and look at what's going on socially, financially, security
yeah.
wise, government. A politician. You know what my new nickname for them? I don't call it politician. I call them polyps. Polyps. That's all they are. Talking figures, talking heads, parasitical organism that's drain
Yeah.
not just the funds and the
Guys,
wealth out of us, but the lifeline.
yeah, I don't even think about this anymore because
Yeah. I
if
don't
you
either.
only
It's like a
have
waste of
if you
time.
only have 100% of energy, I mean, why are you going to allocate any of your energy to this? And because it based on what you're talking about, based on what we all have been talking about, it's not worth wasting an ounce of our energy on that and focusing on what we can control. Okay,
Correct. I just mentioned it
because
by passing.
that's
I
an ounce of
wasn't going.
yeah.
Hmm.
So, okay, well, Dan and I also were going to get into, but we're not going to have time. We're not. We're talking about specific stock ideas and on how to trade because when you trade, there are different strategies you can use, and I just want to tell people that with this type of market we are in now, I will just give you my opinion. It's not a great time to hold and own anything, in my opinion. It's a good time to scalp. I can tell you
Yeah.
that I'm putting more and more of my positions into cash, and I'm getting paid 3.3 or 3.5% in on the cash I'm holding. And then what I do is I can use that cash to scalp. And so it's not coming out of my cash position unless I get exercised on these trades. And so I would encourage people to protect your. Now is not the time to get cavalier. Is cash is a good position to have right now. Don't be fooled into thinking it's not. Um, Even these Bitcoin people, I've been saying for a while, I think Bitcoin's going lower. I said 3 months ago that I thought XRP was going to go back to 140 by the end of the year, and I was off a month. But I'm pretty sure XRP is down there somewhere,
It's
and
Significantly
134
lower.
at the moment.
I think it's
Significantly, yeah.
going lower. I think they're all going lower. It doesn't mean there won't be bumps. So just remember, the when a lot of times when you get a dead cat bounce and you're in a position, I've learned this the hard way. That's the time to sell. It's the same thing with things going down. You got to know when to buy. Now,
Correct.
short term, maybe a stock like Amazon, a stock like Netflix, maybe it's a good scalping opportunity, but I would not be buying in heavy for something to hold for the long term, because
Are
I
you talking
think
about the Mag 7, the Magnificent 7?
I'm just talking in general. I'm
Yeah.
not sure that there's anything too reliable right now.
But my question to you,
Uh,
what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts about going long? Well, not so much as junior, but senior mining stock and energy, like oil, natural gas, not the green new
I'll give you my
scam, but
I'll give you my opinion. This is not financial advice. It's just my opinion.
definitely not. I
I
just that's why I asked
okay
your thought. Yeah, go on.
is I think, again, I think you can scalp things, but you could wake up. We could wake up tomorrow, and the price of oil could be $100 or it could be $60. Okay, that's the type of market we're in now. Is nothing is trustworthy outright. I mean, governments are lying about all of this information. Everything's being manipulated. Just remember this: is they pump it so they can dump it, and then they dump it so they can pump it. That's all these criminals know how to do. That is all the United States is today. Is it every like even our own government is saying, hey, there's nothing to worry about. The Dow's at 50K. Who cares about Epstein? Those are the criminals who run everything right now. And
I
and
gotta tell you,
unfortunately,
Yeah.
there's
so
thousands and thousands of Epstein over there waiting in the wind for just another distraction to throw your eyes off the ball.
Yeah.
so as far as if you have 100% of your capital, just don't risk it all. If you strongly believe that oil is something you want to hold, then have a certain allocation. And if it goes down, then just be prepared to hold it. That's all.
No,
Or
I think
hedge it.
he's done. Yeah.
Yeah, Dan's gone.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, I guess he
yeah.
had a place he had to be. But either way, yeah, I just think energy as a whole is going to be something significant in the decade or more ahead of us.
Yes,
I guess
yes, but
uh, the
just
timing of
remember,
buying.
energy is tied to energy historically is tied to geopolitical events or economic events. And right now, despite what the governments are saying, I don't think the economy is booming. Okay? I don't
No,
think the economy is booming. And and think about this: when people finally figure out that we actually are in a recession going into a depression, that's when people will really pull their belts tight, and will that's when things will drop like a rock. And you, again, unless you have hedged your positions, which very few retail traders hedge their positions. Okay, just the pros do that, and a lot of pros don't even do it.
yeah,
So
but also
it means you can see it on those.
a lot of pros
Go
also
ahead.
claiming that like a cash position or massive cash position is not necessarily a good place to be without certain
No, no, no,
moderation.
no. Those
Because what they're saying is like there's also alongside with whatever's going on, there is currency debasement. What are your thoughts about that? Again, without financial advice, but
no,
just
no.
out of
I'm talking short term. Right now,
sure.
with this is what I see with everything, with all the volatility and thing going on. Cash, in my opinion, is the safest position you could be in. Now, let me preface that. It doesn't have to be U.S. dollars. It could be an assortment of currencies. It could be Swiss francs. Right now, the euro and the British pound have been kicking the dollar's ass. So, and for me in Mexico, the Mexican peso is appreciated against the dollar by 20% in the last couple months.
A lot
So
of
holding peso,
worldwide currency. Yeah.
So holding pesos has been a better investment than holding dollars in the last year. I'm not talking the last 10 years. So this is why if you have space and there is anything that you use and need, that is the best place to put your dollars or your pounds right now. Because number one, you might not be able to buy it in 6 months or a year, and it might be 2 or 3 times the price. And so if there's anything that you absolutely need, like my sister has 50 cats, she should be buying kitty litter and cat food.
Yeah.
Because I can guarantee you, there have been times where those industries have gone. I mean, a lot of that shit comes from China. So, what if we shut down China? Where's she going to be getting? She's going to be having to buy, chicken to feed her cats. So
That's correct.
Think ahead, man. Everybody listening, I think about this myself, is what can I buy now that I need 6 months from now or a year from now that I don't have to worry about? And of course, if you're in an apartment or you're in a small space, I'm not saying go rent a storage space, because now you're doing the exact opposite. So, but I think cash, in my position, I think if you're 80% cash, 90% cash, you're sleeping like a baby at night, because inflation is not so bad that you have to worry about it yet, in the short run.
As in real terms, as opposed to what we've been told, because like I know that inflation is much higher than what the mainstream or the governments are claiming to be.
Yeah, but in the grand scheme of what you're spending your money on, and it depends how much cash you have. I'm saying in the short term, I'm taking the 3.5%. If you have a few $100,000, there's nothing wrong with having a few $100,000 in cash sitting there collecting 3.5%. It's taking a bite out of that inflation, and you're not sitting there, because if you're in Tesla, well, you could wake up tomorrow and Tesla will be down 50%.
Yes, that's correct.
Same thing. If you're in paper silver or paper gold, same thing. Could be down. You saying silver couldn't be down 50% tomorrow? Unfortunately, right. So cash is the only thing, and you can go. There are certain banks and certain institutions that you can buy some Swiss francs. You can buy some euros or whatever. You can split your cash up that way. I'm not saying all, but you can do that. If so. And for me, I'm in Mexico. So what I do is when the dollar gets strong against the peso, I go convert my dollars into pesos. And then that carries me for like the next year at the higher rate. When the peso was at 20, about 6 months ago, 20 pesos for $1, I converted a lot of my dollars into pesos. And now it's down at 17. So all those pesos I just saved, right? I just saved 15%.
But
just by converting at the right time.
Just out of curiosity, what was the level? Was it a nasty bite of the fee of conversion on the Forex, or something you didn't feel so hard? Because I'm assuming if you took a significant amount of dollars to convert them into pesos, so. No.
I mean, I take it out in ATM. ATM is for me here, an ATM is the cheapest way to convert currency. And so you pay a fraction of 1%. You pay a fraction of 1% when you convert it.
Okay.
It's never going to be free.
Yeah, obviously, I'm just curious, because there's also those exchange places
and
everything.
So basically, when I converted, if I converted $5,000 into, at that time it was a million pesos or 100,000 pesos. Okay, I paid like 1/2 of 1% in a fee, but I'm saving 15%. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
So, because obviously where I live, I buy everything in pesos here. So I have to have pesos.
Yeah,
right?
obviously. Even
You
though I believe
right? You
I
you
believe they
have
will
British
accept dollars
pounds.
from you.
What?
Yeah. No, I'm saying in certain areas where you reside right now, um, it's they're probably like they're gonna accept dollars from you as well. That's what they do in Argentina and other Latin American countries anyway. So they will accept the local currency, but they will also accept dollars to a certain degree. So yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you definitely do not want to use dollars in Mexico, or you don't want to use a foreign currency in a foreign country because you get raped on the
Oh,
exchange.
yeah,
Uh,
you're gonna get eyeballed as well, probably. Like people are gonna look at you as
yeah,
a foreigner,
no, no,
like
no,
me.
no, no. There's a lot of foreigners who use their dollars in Mexico, and I can guarantee you they're giving up at least 10, 15%. They're getting, and
So,
the other thing is these people who do their transactions at the airport or these cash stores, you get screwed at those places. An ATM using a reputable bank, okay, you're going to get the best conversion rate. Now I've covered in videos, there are scams in Mexico that I've covered. You can watch my videos on the scam on how to avoid getting scammed in an ATM in Mexico, because the banks unfortunately will take that 10% from you. And most tourists who come here, they don't know it's a trick and they pay the extra fees. You don't have to pay the extra fees, but if you don't know what you're doing, you will pay them.
so let's say
So
if you put your American card inside a Mexican ATM, and when you withdraw it, obviously it asks you first, I don't know about the language and stuff like that. You type in your PIN code, and then does it ask you the option? Because over here I got the same things with international cards. So my question is,
before
does
it
it
give you,
ask you
yeah, before
to
go ahead.
transact, basically go ahead with the conversions fees or without the conversions fee? What are your options?
Yeah, well, that's the trick. No, the trick is they will come up with their exchange rate, and let's say the current exchange rate is 17 pesos, 17 and a half pesos. They'll come up and they'll be like, "This is the exchange rate. Click to confirm." Okay, they don't say, they don't say, okay, they just say click to confirm, and they'll give you 15. So they're taking 2 points. Okay, but they don't tell you if you click reject, we'll give you the 17. So you have these people panicking saying, oh my God, I need cash. I'm out of cash. I have to accept this rate. I lived with people and I heard them one night and they're like, I just got screwed. They just gave me 15 pesos. And I said, can you tell me what happened? And I said, you know that screen where it says click to accept? Okay. You say reject, and they're like, then I'm not going to get money. I said, no. If you click reject, it will go into giving you cash, and then you will find out that it gave you the best exchange rate possible when you reject their rate. So always reject the bank's transaction rate. Always reject what the bank is giving you.
So basically, because over here it's in a form, it's like you said, but over here, basically, they're giving you the exchange from one currency first to the dollar, and then from dollars to pounds, because the dollar is still the world reserve currency. So kind of like the bagman, the trail of like. So the thing is, basically, I'll send it to you
Well,
later. I got a picture of it from the ATM. So basically, what they're
that's fine.
saying,
Well, let me, mhm.
they're saying like, this is the
Well, it's kind of like
percentage.
what people do here.
Yeah. So
Yeah. Well,
basically, the
what
percentage
it's
of
like.
the
No,
bank
what?
fee, and then
Yeah.
do it with conversion or without conversion.
Yep. That's another trick they do is if you're a foreigner in Mexico and you
Hmm.
use your home card in Mexico. So if you're
Yeah.
from England or you're from the United States and you go to Mexico and you use your card and you get a bill and it says, do you want to pay in British pounds or do you want to pay in Mexican pesos? You always pay in whatever currency of the country you're in. So if I'm in Mexico, I always pay in pesos. If I travel to visit you in England, I will pay in British pounds. If I go to France, I will pay in euros, and I let my bank do the transaction because then I'm only transacting one time. if I'm in Mexico, which I am, and I go to a restaurant and they come back and say, because this is what they'll try to do to me sometimes. They'll bring out the credit card machine and they'll be like, sign here, sir. And I'm like, hey, this says the bill is in $50. Convert that. I want to pay in pesos. Because if they say I pay in dollars, then guess what? I'm paying 2 conversion charges.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So you always want to pay in the local currency when you're paying, and let
That's
your
correct.
bank card do the transaction. And if you're at an ATM and they come up with their exchange rate and it says click to accept, always hit reject, 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 reject. And then you will get your cash, and it will be at the international exchange rate minus a half a percent for their bank fee. But what happens is these banks are criminals, and now they're like, hey, in addition to the normal exchange rate, let's get an extra 20% on these stupid tourists.
Yeah,
They're
basically
criminals.
basically let's on top of the exchange rate, let's take our cut alongside.
Oh, it's more than their cut. It's their pound of flesh.
Oof. Now I get, like, sometimes when I use a foreign card over here, like basically the ratio between one currency to another, and then let's say 1 pound equal to
The other
one
thing
pound.
is most banks around the world. Okay, I basically use the 2 cards I use most down here. It's through Charles Schwab and through Capital One, and I use those companies because they do not have bank transaction fees, which means most credit cards, if you go to a foreign country, they will charge you 3% transaction fee on everything you charge. So if I charge $100 on a hotel, they hit a bank charge of $3 on top of that. And people are like, I don't care, $3. Hey, man, that's 3% that I don't have to pay. Okay? So if you spend $10,000, that's, say, 3% of $10,000, right? That's 3% that I won't have to pay. And most
And again,
people,
those cards are
maybe they don't
Capital
care about it.
One and Charles Schwab.
Yeah, I don't know if you have accessibility to those you're an American citizen, so you probably can get those. The only thing is you need to have a U.S. address, I think.
That's
So
a gone.
borrow. No, you have relatives. Borrow a relative's address,
And that's considered
and then they'll
legal
get the card. Who
if
cares?
you borrow an address. I mean, I just don't want to get into headache or trouble, like for the billing address and then forward to me.
No, it's not to the point where it's something. It's not illegal breaking a law. Is it against their rules? Who cares? It's not
Yeah.
breaking a law, but it's basically it's it's irrelevant. I mean, it shouldn't matter as far as we're concerned. They don't need to know anything about us. The only thing they should worry about is, are they giving us the service? Are they living up to their agreement? And are we paying our bills? That's as far as it is. It's like if I went to McDonald's and ordered a hamburger and they're like, what's your address? What are you doing with this? Hey, fungu, man. Just give me my hamburger.
Yeah.
Same thing with these banks and credit cards. Just shut up and give me the card, etc., etc. So
That's correct. Always obey,
okay.
conform, and comply. That's what they're coming from with. They're coming with. Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
So that's and I mean, Dan and I, we talk every day on as far as trading, and him and I are scalping every day. And scalping is when you're basically doing these short-term trades. You're not married to any position. In fact, most positions I'm out of by the end of the day. And so if anything happens overnight, Who cares? And a lot of the mining positions that I've held, I mean, I've sold most of them at this point. I do hold a few as far as miners. I can tell you, I see where people say they're going to go higher because of the cash flows, but historically, miners have always stubbed their toe. They're the worst run businesses on the planet. It's like two drunk guys running a bar. It's like they're completely incompetent. So don't get greedy with these things. Is when
No,
you go into
I
them
was just,
saying,
I was just
yeah,
curious
well,
about them.
no, everybody online talking about these, they're idiots. Most 90% of the people, they're idiots. They're like, we're going to the moon, baby. Oh, it's going to go to the quadruple in a year. Those are the people you should. Doesn't mean maybe they'll be right, but I do not listen to those people at all because they're emotional investors, and that is the quickest way to lose your money.
I see.
So,
No, I
so
was referring. That's why when when I was asking you the question, I was referring specifically to the existing senior mining stock and not to the exploration junior ones,
no, but
which
the seniors are no, like look at Newmont, Barrick. Those are some of the worst run companies out there. Terrible companies. Terrible. I
okay,
remember I used to hold Newmont. Newmont would always come out with these bad news. Another one that I hold is Equinox, and I also hold some First Majestic. Those two companies are always finding out ways to fuck things up. It's almost comical. It's comical. It's like they'll find a way. Like I was reading through the financial report of Equinox, and because the price of gold had like doubled, all of a sudden
yeah,
they think that their expenses can double. So you see their G&A and their salaries, they're going up these incredible amounts. And it's like it drives home that you got to sell these things. And that's what I always talked about with Dan, because when I would be in a market and the market would spike, my old self would be like, "Woo, we're going to make $1 million." And next thing you know, woo. Now I take money off the table. And even I've had last year, I had several stocks that continued going up without me. And yeah, I didn't like the way it felt, but you know what? I had money in my pocket.
yeah.
So I sold at a price where if you'd asked me a year before, it was my target price. So it doesn't mean that I don't scalp them, but I'm constantly taking money off the table now, and I'm moving it into cash. So yeah, I took a few $1,000 off the table on Friday, moved it into cash.
And then, just out of curiosity, you don't consider to allocate some of that cash to hard asset, i.e., what we discussed earlier, like you
Oh
know,
no, I've already, I'm done. I'm done with that. It basically, me personally, um, I've talked about this. If El Nino, I was buying 15 years ago, right?
mhm,
So I don't need to buy now.
okay,
I don't
fair
need to
enough.
buy now.
Fair enough.
It's
No, I
like
also
how much
started
can I?
a decade ago, not 15, but a decade ago. I
No,
started to. Yeah.
you know, unless you get a where like JP Morgan, unless you have a warehouse that you can stack this stuff in, it's actually more of a burden than it's, especially with me being in another country, it gets to be a bit of a headache. And, and, um, plus, as I identified, there's other things that you can put your cash into. It doesn't have to be into gold and silver. There are other things that I could use. So, um,
Such as like what,
but
land, property.
somebody, well, it's whatever you use. Like I told you the example, my sister who has 50 cats, she should be
Yeah,
buying kitty litter
yeah.
because she's going to use it.
So
Me,
it kind of like make me
not
think
me.
twice, but it doesn't make you question. Maybe it is an narrative being formed up, especially among quote unquote experts. But my question is like, I don't you think that the government issued currencies, promissory notes, backed by nothing. It's eventually paper is vapor. I mean, because if you go alongside all the way to history since it started to print that stuff, every
Well,
currency in the
you'll
history of
find
mankind, from
no,
A to
no,
Z,
no. What I said,
hit
no,
zero.
no. That's why I prefaced my previous conversation is right now, cash is where I want to be. I'm not saying 2 years from now, because if you look at Weimar Germany, if you look at Venezuela, if you look at Argentina, their stock markets are going to the moon when the currencies are going to the toilet.
Yes.
So we're not there yet. There's going to come a point, well, we might be there, but it's going to become a point where it's going to become very obvious when you no longer have this going on. You're just going to see the stock market going to the moon. And that's when you want to be on board in the stock market. There's going to come a time, and you don't want to put all your money there. You only want to put in there what you can afford to lose. And if you put it in, make sure you're hedged. If you have money in there that you can't afford to lose, then you better be paying the insurance to hedge it, because that's the only way that you're going to avoid something. Because I'm telling you, the criminals like to pump it so they can dump it. But it's, the game Musical Chairs. You remember that game?
Yeah, I do.
Well, they're all going to know when the music's going to stop. We won't. They'll be
They
out
will be the
long before
first
you
one
and
to
I
know.
are
Yeah,
out.
they will be the first one to know.
Yeah,
They will
they're the ones
actually
stopping the
orchestrate it.
music. So don't think that, and this is speaking to me in the mirror, and I'll speak to everyone. Don't think you're smarter than J.P. Morgan's Jamie Dimon or any of his crew. Okay, don't think that you're going to have better timing. Don't think that you're going to have better information. Don't think you're smarter. Okay, so always take profits and only put in what you can afford to lose. And if you have more than you can afford to lose, make sure that it's hedged, so that if you wake up tomorrow and it's down 50%, you can be like, well, I'm hedged, so I can get out. I had to pay X% for my insurance, but I can get out without losing everything.
That's true, but
Because
to be honest with you, like I think in relation to what you said, sometimes the most successful, I don't know, traders or businessmen are not necessarily the smartest in the room, but the most patient ones, like, or the ones who,
yeah,
kind of
well,
like,
Jesse Livermore was the most successful trader in history, and you know how he ended up? He ended up with a bullet in his forehead in a coat closet in a hotel in New York when he made a bad trade and he wasn't hedged. Oops.
yeah.
So the other thing is, don't have all your money in one basket. Have multiple banks, have multiple institutions. So if one goes down, you don't lose everything.
That's also a smart way to look at it. To be honest with you, like I was never
Okay.
big on paper trade. I like just like other people, like the people that we both know and mentioned like previously. Yeah, I kind of like you know, I don't know, like
And if you're hearing in Twitter and on YouTube and everywhere else where every Joe, Dick, and Harry is saying, "Oh yeah, XRP, oh yeah, oil," that means you're too late. It means you missed the trade. You might get the tail end, but it means you're more likely to get kicked in the teeth. You have to be looking ahead and buying what everybody is vomiting on. So um,
okay. The boring
that's
stuff,
why.
basically. The
No,
boring
no,
stuff.
not the boring stuff. The hated.
Hated and
Like,
yeah, that's what
no,
Rick
no.
Ruman did.
2 years ago, it was silver. 2 years ago, nobody wanted silver. 2 years ago, even a year ago, that was the
Yeah,
time
because
to
of
be
the
buying
volatility.
silver.
Yeah.
Right now, oil. I mean, oil right now, uh, it's not overpriced, man, and it's not underpriced. So,
So basically,
yeah,
essentially, in simple terms, you want to buy low and sell high and repeat, basically. Like,
Yeah, and unfortunately, people's emotions, they get scared, and they
mhm,
usually buy high and sell low. That's what
unfortunately, yes.
retail most retail traders lose money. So
Yeah.
as far as I can tell you, and the other thing is you got to be very patient for the trade to come to you. I put on a trade a few months ago on UNG. I had people writing me telling me that had a rock in my head. Well, you know what? That UNG trade made a shitload of money, and and I was telling Dan. Dan is one of the Dan wears a skirt. I'm telling you, that's why Dan shouldn't stand up because he'd have skirt, not a pants on. He's wearing a skirt. I'm just joking. He doesn't
No, no,
really
I
wear a
know.
skirt. But I was hammering him over the head. Buy this now, buy this now. Didn't do it. That's just okay. Because bottom line is if he didn't believe in the trade, then he shouldn't take it. But he left a lot of money on the table. And so he's telling me this time I'm going to be in. This time I'm going to be in. Tell me. And I said, okay, I'll tell you. So he writes to me now every day. Are we ready for the UNG trade? I'd be like, no, we're not ready for the UNG trade. So you just got to wait for the trade to come to you. You can't. Some
What,
days there
what,
are no trade. Some days there's
what,
no trade.
what would you say about certain commentaries right now? Whether if it's again from
Well,
people in the know and people.
I don't listen to these people because I think they're all assholes. So you're going to have to tell me what commentary are they saying?
Okay, for example, they said that like the signs that the markets are showing today, like stock market, bond market, etc., are signs that haven't been seen since 1929 in the Great Depression and also the 1970s. So right now, basically, we get into that. Not like I'm not going to point out a day, date, and a time. Like let's say next Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern time or whatever it is.
Yeah,
But my
and
main thing.
who is saying the YouTube people or who
No, no, no,
is
no. I'm
this?
talking about people that are not like pumpers and dumpers, the people that like I'll give you an example. People that you might heard of and followed, like whether if it's well, not Gregory Menarino and Gerald Salenta, they like more tempered views. But let's say Rafi Farbar and Liberty and Finance and channels and they've been saying a lot of and also VRIC media and recruit. They basically they say even
Yeah,
recruit.
I shouldn't
I,
because I don't. I know who some of them are, but I don't listen to any of them. And let me say this: I have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow. Right? I have no idea, and that's why basically, um, I every trade I take. Rule number one: every trade I take, I go into it thinking how much. If I'm wrong, how much am I going to lose in this trade? I don't think
okay.
how much am I going to win. First thing I think of is what is my exposure? What is my protection? How do I defend this? How much am I going to lose if I'm wrong? All those questions. And once I'm comfortable with that answer, then I can make the trade. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay. You
Okay.
have to be thinking worst case scenario. When you enter a trade, always think you're wrong. What happens if I'm wrong? That's your first question. What happens if I'm wrong? And if you're wrong, what are the steps you're going to take to either hedge
Correct.
it, exit?
Even though, yeah, but that's the thing. Even though I'm not that much, and if it's even then, it's not directly. It's mainly family members who manage it for the entire family. But the thing is, um, I'm not involved in the stock market and bond market. It could be that I'm missing out on a lot of things that could create passive income or good hits. But my main point is that like even pros, like again, like I said, Rick Rule and Francis Hunt from the Market Sniper, they said that they focus on the trade like you, but they also said a clever thing that it's like I'm maintaining my savings in gold and I use the dollar as in liquidity because
Yeah, but
everything is cheaper.
these are guys who are worth millions of dollars, man. right?
Yeah.
They're worth millions of dollars. So it's a different point. I think unless you have more than $500,000 in cash,
Yeah.
okay, I don't think you need to worry about that. You have based on what I think you've already put more than enough into physical gold and silver, which could turn out not to be very liquid. That's the danger with silver and gold, is it might not be liquid when you need it. This is the mistake a lot of people get into. This is the advantage of cash right now, is cash is the most liquid form of investing that you can do. You have immediate flexibility on where you want to move your wealth to when you're in cash. So there's a lot of peace of mind in that. And if the banks crash tomorrow and the government falls, well, then we're screwed. Okay. And
Yeah, but that's not, but that's part of the point they're making. Like sometimes who's gonna, for
I don't
example,
think, I don't think that it's like worrying about the end of the world. If you're worried about the end of the world, you're wasting your life.
True, but what I'm trying to say is that, like, for example, if gold tomorrow or next week or next month or in 3 months' time or even 6 months' time is gonna hit over 6,300, 6,900, 8K, 10K,
Who
etc.
cares?
Whatever you're gonna put for it, whatever. My main point is like is not to reliquidate to the existing currency or alternatively to the new one they're gonna issue after this one will fail and go to zero. It's to
Yeah,
directly
I
exchange it for
think, I
stuff.
think,
To directly
I
exchange it for
think,
stuff.
yeah, you're making it more complicated. You're thinking so many moves ahead, El Nino, that there's going to be things in there that are going to happen that are going to screw us long before we ever get to that step. So this is what I would say is you should always have a certain percentage, whatever percentage you feel comfortable with, in
Yeah.
a physical asset. After that, I think that you should trade in paper, silver, paper, gold, because guess what? When I want to sell my silver at 126, I'm selling it at 126 and it's being paid right then and there when I sell it. 24-hour settlement. Okay. And so I don't have to go to a coin store. I don't have to haggle. I don't have to worry about them telling me that there's pipeline issues and now they're going to offer me $80. No,
Yeah.
most silver and gold should be traded as a paper form. If you're going to trade it.
That's not enough to go around. That's, I mean,
No, it's
overground
trading.
silver.
It's trading. It's trading. Most people are trading. Most people do not have the mindset they're going to hold this until the earth freezes.
No.
So those people should not be buying physical, because then they'll be like, oh, I need that next year for a new engine in my car. Well, then you should not have bought physical. Physical is when you know you have enough liquidity, you don't need to tap into that emergency metal unless it is absolutely necessary, especially right now, because the premiums that they're screwing people right now. I
But
look at
thought
silver and gold. I look at it as
thought
just
when the
another
prices
ticker.
going up, when the prices are
What?
going up and when the prices are going up and you got the price discovery, the premium usually go down. When the price goes down, the premium goes up. I think. I mean,
Well,
I look at
the only
silver.
thing you should be worrying about right now as a gold and silver holder, if you hold it, is,
Yeah.
and this is what I was talking about with friends over here, is if the price of the silver and gold ratio got down to 25, that's when I was going to convert a lot of silver to gold, right?
I was considering that already at 40, but
If you got down to
25.
I think it's going to go down to like anywhere between 15 and 30. So when it gets down to like 30 to 1, again, it doesn't have to be everything or nothing. Slowly, start converting some of your silver to gold when it gets down to 30. When it gets down to 25, convert more. When it gets down to 20, start bringing in more, right? Because those are going to be levels that we'll never see again. for another 50 years.
Yeah.
Plus, let's face it, it's a hell of a lot easier holding 1 ounce of gold, or even better if you can convert it. When you're converting it, convert it to like 10th or 20th ounces of gold, because it's a hell of a lot easier to hold a couple ounces of gold than a few hundred ounces of silver, especially when you have to run. If you get to that point.
Yeah, that's 100%. I totally agree with you about that statement, that last statement. But the thing is that, like, it's the best form of monetary asset you can hold, and also, but also it's in relation to what you said about earlier on when Dan was still in the conversation, when the COVID wars and COVIDiots like started to lock down everything. And they won't let people live. That's also an angle to look at precious metals like gold and silver, mainly gold for that matter. When they lock up the gates and they're going to come to a point and saying, "Oh yeah, sure, you want to leave, you can leave, but you're going to leave naked. You're leaving with nothing." Which is why I
Well,
appreciate your
yeah,
mindset of leaving the United States like ahead of time, ahead of the curve.
well, for all we know, I jump from the frying pan in the fire. You just never know these things. This is why I always tell people, pray and meditate, and the answer will come to you, because your answer might be different than my answer. And that's why I don't listen. Rick Rule is a great one to listen to, but just listen. He's not God. He's not infallible. And Rick Rule is probably worth $1 billion. So
Or more.
what Rick
Yeah.
Rule is doing, or more. So Rick Rule is not a guy that is in our shoes. Is for most of us, even people who live in $1 million house,
Yeah, the common
cash is a
folk.
very, very good position right now. Do not
Yeah.
buy into these idiots saying you're going to have your money burn away. It's going to happen, but not right now. It's happening slowly still. Even if inflation is really 10%, 15%, it's not enough to worry about. Okay?
But
Ask me
that's
6
exactly the
months.
thing. Some people think it's slightly late in the game, but it's not the end game. So what I'm sometimes telling to some of family and friends, listen, whatever excess reserve currency or cash that you have, I'm not talking about the core foundation of savings and whatever it is you use on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, but whatever excess reserve, lock it into gold and silver. We got way more room to go. Well, gold mainly, but also especially silver, one of the
I
most
think that's
undervalued.
I think it's a terrible idea. Terrible idea for me personally. Yeah. I disagree. Like there's a guy I had a debate with where he's like, "Oh, the case uses for silver, it's this and that, it's going through the moon." Listen, when I would travel and visit factories in China, I had friends who were in the solar industry, and I was telling them 7 years ago, I remember I went to visit this one solar company, and they're like, because I was helping them with some electronics on it, and they're like, "Dave, what do you think about this?" And I said, "I'll give you a great piece of advice. Start looking at having an option for your panels to be used utilizing copper instead of silver." They're like, "What? What the hell would we do that for?" I said, "They're like, I need that much more. It's going to be heavier. It's going to be." I said, "Yeah, but I said, copper, if it gets to $10 a pound, okay, what is that? That's less than $1 an ounce, okay. Whereas
Which
if
is now the
silver
case,
goes up,
by the way.
what?
Now it's the case. It's the
Yeah,
case of
that's
what you
what I'm
mentioned.
saying. I was telling
Yeah.
them this 7 years ago, and they
Yeah.
took my advice and they started creating solar panels using copper. Well, guess what? They're one of the few. Now, if you hear the news, if you're in touch with China, now these solar companies, they're scrambling to basically change their designs to use either aluminum or copper and instead of silver.
So you're saying that
And
the
my
whole
point is, you've heard the saying The cure for higher prices is higher prices. The cure for lower prices is lower prices. Listen, gold is a monetary metal, and there's a possibility to believe that could lead to countries, central banks, and around the world buying gold. And some people use Bitcoin, right? Whatever. But silver
digital gold,
is not going to
thing
be
here.
the same.
Yeah, go on.
All I'm saying is if you put all your eggs on silver, that's like going to the casinos. I'm not saying you can't have zero, but if you're saying you're putting everything into that, you're crazy. You're nuts.
No, I
If
didn't
you
say
look at that as no, you
I didn't
said
say
people are
everything.
saving in silver and gold. I think it's
No,
crazy.
all right.
I think it's
Wouldn't you
okay.
agree?
It's if you have if let's say you make $100,000 a year, the average person, okay?
Yeah,
And if you make 50 grand a year, if you make 20 grand a year, then use a fraction of whatever number I'm going to give you. Find a percentage, 10%. Fine, 10%. If you lose 10%, it's not going to be the end of your life. Okay? So have rules and follow the rules in your investing, and you'll be okay, because we're all going to get punched in the teeth. Okay, I had money in one of these exchanges where the criminal was stealing everything, and then I ended up losing crypto. Wasn't the end of
you
my
talking
life.
about scam, banking, fraud?
No, it was the Ukrainian guy, and you know what? When I found out he was Ukrainian, I was like, I should pull all my money, because most Ukrainians, like in business, they're frauds. They're fraudsters. Sorry, any Ukrainians who aren't, but the Ukrainians that I've known, they're always wheeling and dealing and coming up with some scheme, and they're like, they'll steal from you. The ones I've known, and if I had only listened to my instinct on that. So I'll talk to you that a story another day, because it's too long of a story to tell here, and I got to get going because I got to get to sleep. But
No problem.
and for you, my God, it's got to be morning where you are now. Was it
It's
like
fine.
6 in the morning there?
Like I told you before, I'm in a no. It's 12 past 4 a.m. and I'm in a resting period because I recently, was diagnosed like with gallstone in the gallbladder, and it in the pancreatic area it created inflammation. So I had massive amount of pain, and I
Well,
had to.
listen, this is what. Let's end it here. But El Nino, if you'd like, send me a day and a time where you want to have a discussion. It can just be you and me on a private conversation. We can talk about things and not worry about divulging anything.
No, that's completely fine. It's a common thing, and I was thinking about it myself for a long time. That's why I was kind of like not in constant communication, not because of anything specific. It's just because of like the miniature health issue. I just want to take care of myself, so I kind of like watch what I eat when I eat, and also like
Yeah,
going back to
well,
do a little bit of exercise and stuff like that. So yeah,
yeah,
it's take it.
health issues are game changers.
That's yeah. So yeah, so just because of that, and yeah, I do appreciate though, like
Yeah.
your
So,
perspective on cash positions and on gold and silver and how to create.
well, listen, I'm only speaking from the position of somebody where, listen, I was focused on building businesses and other things doing for years, and only in 2019 did I even start thinking about trading and investing, like, as more than a side thing. And like anything in life, you get kicked in the teeth when you're ignorant about doing things. And I was ignorant on many, many things that I'm not ignorant about anymore. In fact, I joke with Dan now where I start thinking to myself, okay, what am I not seeing? What am I ignorant of now? And it causes me to stop and pause, because, as I said, we're in the, Dan will say, we're in the back of the bus. We're not driving the bus. And so there's a lot of things that we are ignorant of. And it doesn't mean we're stupid. We just don't know what we don't know. And you don't find out about it until it's too late. And so this is why you always have to protect the downside. Rule number one, don't have a major downside. If it's something that can cut your throat, guaranteed it's going to come along and cut your throat. So don't take so much risk, because I learned that the hard way. I learned the hard. I mean, I used to think that I had certain things, and the other thing is if you're involved in investing in such a way where you need certain skills to be successful, then you better have those skills.
Mhm.
And if you don't have those skills, it's like going into the World Series of Poker and not knowing how to play poker. You're going to get killed.
Yeah. If you don't know how to bluff,
So-
or what hand to play and what hand to dump.
Well, yeah, I mean, and so, yeah, a man has got to know his limitations, and none of us are perfect, and that's why I think about it all the time. Now, as far as like, okay, what am I not seeing? And so I'm very defensive now. Doesn't mean that I don't win. Obviously, I win, but it means I talked to Dan about this as well. 5 years ago, did you ever see that movie about the guy who invested in GameStop, and he grew his position up to like $100 million? Roaring Kitty is the guy's name, and he was from Massachusetts. And I used to be that guy where I was so confident in my trade. You know, you've heard the term diamond hands, never let go, hold your position no matter what. Well, I can tell you right now, I used to think like that when I first started trading. Yeah, silver to the moon, or diamond hands. Yeah, Bitcoin, never lose. I can tell you right now, I've learned for myself, if a position goes up and I take money off the table, okay, I have learned that I can live with that a lot easier. Watching a stock continue higher without me, I can live with that a lot easier than watching something go up, me doing nothing, and then watching that fucking thing come down. That
Plummet.
is a soul crusher. And so that's why I take money off the table. And again, it doesn't have to be 0 or 100. You can take in increments. You can take 10% off the table and not kill yourself. I do that all the time. Listen, we're never going to be 100% right on anything. So if I turn 10 grand into 20 grand, why am I crying if the fucking thing went to 50 grand? How is,
Yeah. You already make your tenfold gain, so you don't need to.
Yeah. And again, sometimes, one of the strategies a lot of people use is they'll take half off and let the rest ride. And their attitude is, if I bought it for $1, it goes to $2, I take half off. And now if it goes to 0, I broke even. So that's another way people trade. That's another way people trade.
Some of them take their base money, the base investment, and then some profits, and the rest they leave to write it off, like kind of like thing. If I lost it, at least I took my base money plus some profit. The rest of it, if it vanquished, is vanquished. Like if it's gone to 0 or whatever.
A man has got to know his limitations. For me, I can tell you, I like taking profits off the table at a certain point. And you can also, like, I'll just, like, I have some share. I bought First Majestic at like $3 a couple of years ago, and I've ridden it up. It got up to $27. And what you can do is, instead of selling your shares, what you can do is you can sell covered calls. So you can sell a contract saying, I will sell my shares at $27 and they'll pay you $1, right? whatever. I'm
Yeah.
just picking numbers off the top of my head. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. I'd have to look it up. So if First Majestic plummets back to $15, at least I scalped $1 off it. Maybe that's enough for some people. These are all things that you can do. But I can tell you what's not going to happen for me is First Majestic is not going to go to 27. It's going to go to and then fall to 15, and I'm going to have nothing to show for it. No way. And back a year ago, before silver really started heating up, I was in CDE, which is Coeur d'Alene, and the like most silver and gold miners, they were constantly stubbing their toe. So when they started going above and getting up to their highs, I started easing out of that one. And I didn't sell everything, right? I went in increments.
Yeah.
And so the early increments I sold for a lot less than the other increments. And yes, I was wrong, because I didn't think that CDE was going to take off like a rocket ship, and it did. It basically doubled when I started selling it. It doubled basically above where I started selling. So if I had had diamond hands, then yeah, I would have doubled my money. But guess what? I've been in positions where when I used a diamond hand, I did nothing, and I ended up losing my shirt. So as I said, for me, I like to take profits.
I
And
see.
and because guess what? If I took a profit, Elishay,
Yeah.
there's going to be another trade next. I just make another trade.
Yeah.
Another trade.
But
And these stocks, these investments, they're not your children. You can sell them.
yeah, obviously goes without saying. Just out of curiosity, yeah, and it doesn't have to be right now in the conversation. For I guess like before we wrap up, when we get offline, like, can you send me either the name or a link that leads to the specific, whether if it's one or more trading platform you use? Because I like to
Well,
learn
I
more
could
about it.
just tell you. I mean, I use Schwab and Fidelity. I use them both.
And I'm assuming that in order to trade, it's not through the website. You have to download the software itself.
No, yeah, you can trade. I trade using a Chromebook.
Chromebook.
Chromebook means it doesn't have a hard drive. So you can't download their software.
But what if I mean, what if I don't have it? Then I do have to download the software and
No, you can trade. All of these companies have their own platforms. You use their platform on their websites. You won't have as many tools, but the bottom line is it doesn't have to be super complicated.
no, I know that, but like in certain softwares, you do have the tools and to mark up or down or kind of like create your own position and stuff like that. So even if you don't have to stay awake all day or all night to watch the screen, it just do the job for you. I mean,
No,
you're saying
you
in
can do
those
that. You
websites,
can do that. No, you can set in stops and other things on their platforms. You don't have to use their software. You use their online. They have an online program that you use that's on their website. It's slightly different. Typically, the things that they give you for the downloadable is their charting, and some other tools. But it's all right.
and
Yeah,
then you pick and choose what you're going with.
What do you mean pick and choose what I'll go in with? What does that mean?
No, I mean you pick the trades and or the stocks and or the commodities you want to trade in.
Oh
That's
yeah,
what I meant.
yeah. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, they don't do it for you. You have to know what you're doing.
No,
And
obviously I'm just saying.
I'll say to anybody who's in the stock market, you should know how to trade options. Otherwise, you shouldn't be in the stock market, in my opinion. Okay.
No,
There are great books. I can send people recommendations and in the guys on YouTube as well. He's a real nice guy. Fantastic book on basics on options. It gets you up to speed. Do not let fear stop you from learning. And do not buy into thinking that options actually are a lot safer in many ways than just trading stock, shares of stock, when you do it
In
the
other
right
words,
way.
you have to be a hell of a blackjack player. I'm just joking.
No, there are foolish ways that you can trade options, and then there are very intelligent ways you can trade options. Same thing with any form of trading. But
Yeah.
the use of options, in my opinion, have many, many advantages over owning shares. Okay. The only disadvantage, the disadvantages, there are disadvantages of trading options as well. But this is why people need to be, if you're going to be trading, if you're going to be managing your own money, this is why, pros will tell you out there that most people shouldn't even be trading. Most people should be just buying an index fund and just letting time compound their money in an index fund. Then you don't have to analyze Amazon or Zulu or, Alibaba. The people who are managing those funds are mixing the funds in such a way that it's not going to, like, if UNH drops 50%, it's not going to bankrupt you. Okay. It took out a small portion of that fund, but they're allocated in such a way that where it's not going to kill the fund. Like if you're buying into the SPY or the Qs or the IWM, yeah, I mean, those could lose 5-10% in a couple of days. But I mean, it's more likely an individual stock will lose that overnight than an index fund, right? So
Yeah, kind of like the Euro Pacific of Peter Schiff.
well, yeah,
Um,
I don't know anything about it. I've heard of it. I couldn't even tell you what he invests in. But yeah, I mean, if it's Peter Schiff, I mean, he's pretty high risk guy. So you should definitely look at what it's holding. And here's the thing, if you look at an index fund, and there are some like this, and an index fund will have like 50% of the index fund is in one stock, then why own it? I know people where they create their own index funds. Like they'll look at an index fund and they will copy it, right? They'll own 2% in Amazon, 3% in Apple, whatever, 5% in whatever, so they create their own index fund. But you start, but most people, do they want to be worried with this stuff? This is why most people just use index funds. They'll use the Vanguard fund or the Fidelity fund, or they'll put it in certain, most people aren't investing in Tesla or Nvidia. Well, they might be now, but they weren't. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of risk, and if you're not hedged, like I know people where they had stops. They had a stop on their stock, and the thing dropped so fast, it went right over their stop, and it didn't even trigger. And by the time the stop kicked in, they were down like 25%. So even a stop loss on crashes aren't going to help you.
It doesn't kick in that fast.
No, but if you had a hedge using an option, then yeah, you would have been protected. That's the advantage of options. I could have said, I'm going to spend this amount of money on an option. Again, there's no free lunch. So I can tell you when I've been in positions, and nobody's perfect. If you're trading, it takes years. Like it's taken years of painful lessons for me to get to where I am now. And I am below where there are guys above me who have taken even more painful losses and experiences, right? And that's unfortunately the way we often learn them, is we learn by getting electrocuted and burned on the stove where we're like, oh shit, I'm not going to do that again. Or, oh man, I didn't even understand. It's like we make mistakes or we let our ignorance I can't tell you enough how many times that has happened to every trader I know.
I
Even
know
sometimes
some of
just
them,
entering,
although like as smart or as talented or as patient as they are, like they use the I don't know if they coined the term, but they use it a lot. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. But sometimes it's the opposite, just like you're describing. Yeah, you're right.
yeah, I can tell you right now, when I see things doing this or things doing this, first thing that comes into my mind is they pump it so they can dump it, and they dump it so they can pump it. And I never chase, or I try not to chase. And a lot of times you should be doing the exact opposite of what your emotions are doing. So when you see this, you shouldn't be jumping on board. You should be selling, or you should
Yeah,
be shorting. If it's doing this, you should be buying, or you should be hedging in certain ways. And these are things that you just learn over time. And I was telling certain people, and again, I'm not even going to go down the list of all the mistakes I've made, but I can tell you that I've made enough of them to know that hopefully I won't make them again.
hmm
But that's why when anything pops, I take profits of some kind. I find a way to take money out of that position, whether it is selling a covered call, whether it's by selling a portion of the positions, whether it's there's a bunch of different ways. But I am taking cash off the table because that's the number one rule is I'm making money for myself. And if you don't take money off the table, it's all paper gains, which can evaporate. I'm not thinking 3 moves ahead, LSA. I'm not thinking, oh, well, inflation might burn a hole in my pocket in the next 2 years. I'm not worried about 2 years from now. I'm worried about today, tomorrow. I'm worried about what the position is doing right now. I can move it.
yeah.
Nobody
Clever.
knows what's going to be. Nobody knows what's going to happen in 2 years.
To be honest with you, like I, in that regard, I don't really share this, and I think more like it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. So we know what's going to happen eventually. We just don't. We none of us can say when, and where it's gonna kick off. So whether if it's a Cold War, hot war, false flag event, or even for that matter, even another crash, another 1929, 1970 style crash, or all those miniature recessions or depressions all throughout history. Yeah, we can't say for sure, but I mean the timing, that's for sure. The timing we cannot say. It's kind of like in that movie with Jeremy Iron, Margin Call. You know?
Yeah, well, he was the king.
Y-
he could
Over there, yeah.
control. Yeah. So
But
yeah,
he called it and nailed it. But on the individual level, like even Professor Robert Moriarty, I don't know if you heard of him. Uh, um, he wrote the books 1, 2, 3 Energy and 1, 2, 3 Gold and stuff like that. Like he's very well known. I suggest if you want to type him in YouTube, he's got a very
no,
fascinating interview.
yeah, I hear you. It,
No, I'm not saying like
I
go one more level, but he's saying what you're saying. He said like, let's say, just for an example, he say if you buy a stock for 10, 20, 30 cents per share, and for like let's say $100 or $1,000, then
yeah,
and like let's say that stock performed like I don't know, in a day or in a week, rose up 50, 60%, and you're not selling on the spot, I think you're insane. That's basically using the same method of like right here, right now, like you are. And he made
yeah.
some good
It's
gains with it. The guy is like
yeah.
what, 80 plus, pushing 90. He's a very clever person.
Well, there's another saying in the stock market that's very true: bulls and bears make money, pigs get slaughtered. So when you try to be a pig, that's usually when you get kicked in the teeth. I can just tell you what I've learned for myself, because here's the thing is when I first started trading, it didn't even enter my brain to sell because, well, duh, of course it's going to the moon. Why would I sell? And that was, for me, that was ignorance. That was a folly, because I learned that most likely it's not going to the moon. Most likely it's going to end and it's going to pull back, and I will be kicking myself for not selling. For me, that's what I learned. So now I've learned for me that I would much rather have, if I make X amount percent and I took a certain amount of percent off the table, then I am very happy with that. And if it goes higher without me, or if it goes higher with me with a smaller share count, I'm okay with it, because I made money. There's nothing to be upset about. I made money. I'm
Fair enough.
grateful.
I get it.
When
I
I
get
when
it.
I make money, I'm grateful. I'm not sitting there saying, "Oh man," because this was the old Dave. This is what. Oh man, I didn't hit the top. Oh my, what a Dave, you stupid ass. Why didn't you hold on? No, no, no. Sorry, I made money. I'm happy. I'm grateful. I give thanks to God. Thank you very much, Lord. I appreciate the opportunity for living. I appreciate the opportunity for learning, and I appreciate the opportunity to take money off the table.
And do
So,
you think the current environment is kind of like stock market positive? We still got higher highs to go to. I mean, in certain areas.
we're going to know this week. We're going to know this week. Over unless we go to a nuclear war, then yeah, markets always go up. But in the short term, we're going to know this week whether we're going to be. So watch what happens this week. And when I say this week, it might bleed into the end of February. So because today's the 22nd, so we will know.
What kind
Today's
of
the 22nd.
what kind of specific should I look for? I mean, like,
You'll
I know
know.
it's very,
You'll
very,
know.
very general.
You'll know if the market is down several. I mean, we've got Nvidia reporting earnings on Wednesday. Watch that. That'll tell you.
Yeah.
That'll tell you.
Could be fudge numbers as well, overvalued, whatever.
Who cares? Watch the market. The market will tell you. It might do what Oracle did. Oracle, after they reported numbers, Oracle the next day went to the moon, and then midday it reversed and dropped like 100 points or something like that.
Oof.
So Nvidia might, there's going to be all these automatic bots who trade on whatever words are in their statements. So you might see this. You might see a chop before somebody actually reads it, and then you'll watch. There's always a head fake. So just because the initial reaction is this way doesn't mean it won't go this way. Or if it goes this way, it goes up there. So, but we'll know in the day or two after they report.
Nothing tradable
What?
ever go up or down in I'm saying nothing that trades on the markets ever go up or down in a straight line. There's always volatility as well. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, listen, I subscribe to a couple different not forums, but investing groups. And the people who run these groups they're like masters at what they do. And so they make your head spin on how much they know. It's incredible. And so the funny thing is one of them is saying one thing and another one is saying opposite. So I'm getting conflicting information. And it's kind of interesting because
Or a little bit
they
of
could
both.
both be right. It's just one might be right next week, and then the week after the other guy might be right. It just is, what time frame are they looking at? And
Yeah.
so that's why I prefaced right now for this time in February of 2026, I don't think that you can be wrong holding cash. Sorry, don't think you can be wrong. I don't think that it's if you're getting three, and when I preface that, I'm not talking about in a checking account earning 0% interest. If you have it in a money market fund like Schwab and Fidelity, they have money market funds where if you're holding it as cash, they're paying you 3.5%. So I think 3.5% is an adequate hedge right now against in a temporary situation versus 0%. Okay. I think it's.
Do you think you can send me some of those names or even direct links to some of those subscribing groups and like trading platforms of those direct companies? I might have a little look around and maybe pick like maybe.
Yeah, well, I can tell you what they are right now. One of the guy I subscribe to is out of Vegas. He's called Maverick of Wall Street. He has a Patreon page, a Discord page, and he's on YouTube. I'll send you a link on WhatsApp when I get off. The other guy I subscribed to him back when I first started trading. It's called Hedgeye. They're in Connecticut. Okay. And they are way above a lot of the stuff that I look at. But it's a very different way of trading. And to make a long story short, when I was a beginner trader, I found them more confusing than helpful. They were too far ahead of me. And they said that, they had all these tools and schools you could trade. Didn't find them helpful. If you really want to get up to speed, there's a guy called Ewo Trader, and his name is Rob Roy. He's got a beard and mustache. Look him up, Ewo Trader, EWO, Rob Roy. He used to be a professional golfer. And there's another guy who's a partner of his. For people who really want to get into the options game and learn it, those people are excellent. I can't say enough good things about Rob Roy and his team. Now, he'll tell you that his goal is not to have you. He knows that you're going to get to a point where you might not need them anymore. But for people who want to increase their skills, I'll tell you, they took me up to another land. There's another group on YouTube who has incredible videos called SMB Capital. It's these two guys, they're out of New York. Their videos on option trading, while I don't agree personally with like a lot of the trades they do, as far as educational value, phenomenal videos, because they walk through very specific steps. And I'll send you WhatsApp links to them. They are excellent as far as educational level. And I will listen to other people, but I usually don't follow other people. You know what I'm saying? I'll listen to them occasionally, but sometimes it becomes noise after a point. If you're trying to listen to too much, it's going to be like a deer in headlights. You have to get to the point where, like Jesus said, or I think it was Jesus. I'm so tired right now, but you can give a man a fish, or you can teach a man how to fish, right? And that's the whole goal. If you want to be an investor and a trader, you have to have the skills. You can't be relying on somebody else, for me, in my opinion. And so you got to learn. And so I try to learn from all of these people. And I try not to blindly follow any of them. But I do understand that a lot of these people have better skill sets than me still. And so I will definitely pay attention when they tell me Yeah, this guy Maverick of Wall Street, he's constantly giving out, you need to do this. You got to look at this. You got to look at this. He was talking about the other one who's excellent, that everybody should be, anybody involved in trading or markets, you should be listening to Gareth Soloway every day. You know him?
No, actually, I didn't.
You gotta. It's free. Him and his team are excellent. I watch him. Actually, I watch 2 shows before the market opens. I watch Gareth Soloway and I watch I can see the guy's
send me
face.
like 3, 4, 5 links to the channels or specific videos, and if you can also like just so I won't type it in and it will lead me to something that is.
Yeah, I listen to these guys because the bottom line is you could sit there with the newspaper in the morning and try to get it. These guys in the morning, they do a summary of what happened overnight, what the markets are doing, where the reactions are. It
Exactly,
gets
they're
you
on
up to
point.
speed for what's happening in the market right now.
Okay, so
And
they're
that's
on
all that
point. So what I'm
matters.
trying to say, send me
'Cause if you-
the link to those 4 or 5 examples that you mentioned about
Yeah.
those experts, and also
I have.
you said something about Fidelity, and the other one is
Charles
again
Schwab.
Charles Schwab. So
Yeah, I would recommend Charles Schwab because they have a card that they give you that will work on any ATM in the world and have no transaction fees of any kind. So you could be in Japan.
If I trade with them.
No, if you go to you can just open up a checking account. You can open an account with them just to put some. You could put $25 in cash there, and get that card for free.
Okay.
So if I go to Japan, I get cash out of the ATM. If I go to Peru, I use this card. Use that card, and it doesn't charge you bank transaction fees. It gives you the best exchange rate. So even in England, same thing. You can use it in England, in the United States, anywhere in the world, at any ATM.
Fair enough. I will do so.
Yep. I mean, it's a no-brainer. And then you link it to your bank account. The only thing is when you transfer money over, it takes a few days to transact over. So I hold a certain amount of money in that, an account there. So that I can get money out if I need it here. Because I don't want to wait 3 days. So
that's the thing you said, that you need a US postcode in order to open an account with them to begin with.
Yeah, you need to be. I'm pretty sure they're owned by J.P. Morgan. Charles Schwab's owned by J.P. Morgan. So J.P. Morgan probably has accounts for international clients, but Charles Schwab, I'm pretty sure, requires that you are either an American citizen or a green card or something associated with the United States. Don't quote me on that. I don't, but I'm pretty sure that is their position. They require people who invest with them to have that. And so with that said, you would need to have some sort of US address.
Yeah. Or alternatively, like if they have subsidiaries over here, that's also going to be a good thing. Maybe they kind of like a franchise or something.
I'm sure all these companies have websites, and you can go in and ask these questions. So, and they have toll-free numbers. You can call them up, you can call them and ask them questions. Okay.
So in order for me to start the process, like at least to expand my horizons, like just also send me the links to those websites, like whatever,
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Have I sent you an email on email before, or just? I'm pretty sure I have, haven't I?
Yeah. You have a link for a certain time and date for a live stream. Yeah.
Well, I'm just because I have those in my email, so I can just forward an email because I get that question a lot. So I've forwarded emails to people saying, "These are the links. Do with them what you like."
Yeah, fair enough, man.
Okay.
No problem.
All right. Good talking to you, amigo. If you want
You
to
too,
talk
my
about
friend.
anything else, we can do it another time. But it's I've been on here for 3.5 hours, so I'm ready. I have a problem with my voice, so it's
Yeah,
quite painful to talk right now.
it's completely fine. Drink a little bit of water, be well, and by the way, stay safe where
Yeah,
you're at right now. Whatever the
yeah,
shenanigans it goes, I gotta watch my backyard as well. In
yeah,
my neck of the woods, because
yeah.
trust,
Where
trust
I
me when
am,
I say it. Yeah, go on.
where I am. Yeah. Hey, Brian, thanks for tagging along, buddy. Have a good night. Brian from North Carolina is online with us here. He's in the
Yeah.
chat. So yeah. Uh, as far as Mexico, I always have my head on a swivel, but I have my head on a swivel in the United States, or if I was in England, I'd have it on a swivel. It's
If there's
but
something,
where
if some,
where I live in Mexico, they're not going to come here.
well, I can
Most
tell you
likely they
one
could.
thing.
So
Well, they can get if they got as far as Acapulco and the other places we mentioned earlier in the conversation.
part of it. No, they've hit. No, I looked at the online map. They've struck in like 12 different states in Mexico. Mexico has 32 states, and I think they hit 12 different states. But
That's a big
who
number. It's
knows?
insane. It's just one, two, three. But what I'm trying to say is that like what I came to learn in the past, well, decade or even less, for the better part of a decade, that even places like London, Washington D.C., Chicago, Los Angeles, etc., can be as dangerous as I don't know some far removed area in the other side of the world when there's no value to human lives. Trust me, I learned that. I've seen it happens with my own eyes. So
Oh yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
wherever we are, we
Oh
need
man,
to. We need to
I could tell you some stories about the United States. It's especially in the United States. What they don't talk about is how many people in the United States are on mind-altering drugs,
yeah,
whether they're prescription or non-prescription. You've got a lot of crazy people in the United States,
yeah.
and
The
who are
mood in hand.
capable of anything. And I'm not
Yeah,
saying you don't have them in other countries, but there's pros and cons to everything. Believe me, Mexico's not a panacea. I mean, I came to Mexico for primarily the weather. So,
and is it
but
agreeing with you?
what?
Is the weather agreeing with you?
I
Is
didn't
it
hear you.
being kind to you?
Oh yeah.
I'm saying,
Well, right now we're coming in. Right now we're coming into the best weather of the year. Yeah, in Mexico City, the best weather of the year is March and April. Phenomenal, phenomenal.
um, something that I always forgot to ask in our chats, like what will, heaven forbid, I don't wish it for it to happen, but like what will ever make you leave Mexico? Like let's say if you're gonna have to go back to the States or pick Elsa, what will ever make you,
Well, I do go back. What I learned for me. Listen, I'm just going to keep this real. I don't really don't want
sure,
to
sure.
get into it, but I have. uh, I had something happen to my voice last year where I couldn't talk. Okay,
Remember.
and and it's still an ongoing concern. And so the I have an excellent doctor here in Mexico City, and that's the reason why I have stayed around Mexico City is for this doctor. And so, but I've learned from me that uh, I like to go back to the United States. I like to go to other parts of Mexico. I like to move. I can't. I don't really like to stay in one place anymore. So Mexico. Uh, I love Mexico in many ways, but I already know that I will never be. I'm a permanent resident here, so I have all the rights as a Mexican citizen, except I can't vote. Those are the only differences under the letter of the law in Mexico. Okay, supposedly. But I will never be a Mexican, right? I will never be viewed as my Spanish skills are never, it's never gonna. And so also the culture, I understand the culture, but it's like, Mexico, I love you, but there's certain things about Mexico, I think, just like I think there are things in the US are terrible that I don't like. There are things in Mexico that I think are terrible that I don't like. And it becomes to the point where, if it gets to the point where the terrible things outweigh the good things, then you leave. You vote with your feet.
Fair enough.
And, but I find right now, like getting back to the US for a month or two, it's great. Like, if I'm contemplating if I may come back to the US and I may buy or rent a car and drive around the US for a couple months this summer. I'm thinking about doing that. Whether I do that or not, one day at a time, buddy. I'll probably know if I'm going to do that like a week before I do it.
Fair enough.
And
Fair enough.
but Mexico, for people who were raised in the United States, moving to Mexico is a difficult transition, I think, for most people in many ways, because it is so different. And so I tend to have a pretty open mind, and I am pretty like concrete everything here. I mean, it's just not the way things are in the United States. And so if you come down here and you're judgmental of the place, and you're like, this isn't the way it is at home, or I don't like it like that, you're not going to enjoy the experience. You're not going to like it. So when I'm in Mexico, I try to focus on the things that are really wonderful about Mexico. I don't think about the things, I mean, yeah, I think about them, but I don't dwell on the things that I think absolutely suck here. Otherwise, I wouldn't stay here. So, yeah. So, is there a chance I might not be in Mexico next year? Yeah, absolutely. There's a chance. Maybe I'll be in Ireland. Maybe I'll be in Brazil, Argentina. Who knows? The United States. I try to be that flexible now, and I think I can tell you that I like one of the things. And I just want to end it here because it's going on 4 hours now. One of the things that I find fascinating is how people from the United States and even some Europeans, like, they'll come to Mexico and you see their brain turning and they're like, hey, I got to buy a lot here. I got to buy property here. I got to do this. And they're immediately thinking they got to buy some. It's amazing how that is. I used to be like that everywhere I traveled. I mean, when I was in China with Ting Ting, I'm like, Ting Ting, we got to buy this lot. We got to buy this. We got to buy that. And when I first came to Mexico, the first couple of years I was coming here, I thought like that. And as far as investments go, I would have made a killing. I remember this property me and Ting Ting looked at. If I had bought it, we would have got it for $100,000. In 3 years, it was up to almost $1 million in just 3 years, 3 or 4 years in Shenzhen. Yeah, right on the border. And in Mexico, where I go, I had a chance to buy these 4 lots for $50,000. And I wrote about this in my book. So I'll just say short answer is I decided I didn't want to do it. Now today, I could sell those lots for about $1 million. Imagine that, 50 grand into $1 million. Now it would have taken 10 years, but
hold on, 50 G's like per lot or for the four
for the four of them. For the 4 of them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Because when I travel someplace, I'm usually very early, right? Like, I'm not on the Gringo Trail. So like where I am in Mexico City now, I'm starting to see foreigners now. And it has me a little concerned because, like, where I go down on the beach in the winter, it was very low key. Yeah, there were some, but not many. And in Mexico City, there were some, but not many. But for a period, like during COVID, there was this mad rush. And a lot of those people have washed out and gone back to their countries. But yeah, it's but the point I was making is I'm not sure I'll ever buy a property again because I think it's a mentality that that I don't own anymore. I'm not the same type of person anymore where I think I have to own something. And I have debates with people down here all the time. There are a couple of friends of mine. They're like, oh, I feel much more secure by owning, and then I know I can't be priced out of a market. You know what? I've run the numbers, and anything is possible. But I've run the numbers, even if over the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, the rent I pay on the places I go to double, it's still cheaper than having the hassle of owning a property, worrying about insurance, especially being in Mexico. You know, some rule comes along and some indigenous person comes along and says, I own this property, and then you lose your land.
Also, in every country, the governments of the world nowadays legislate certain rules and legislation that they can tax you out of your own home if you don't pay your property tax, council tax, etc. Yeah.
So I remember I was telling this one guy, Alan, and I told him, I said, Alan, and it's like what you're talking about down the road. Don't worry about it. Is if I am down and I enjoy this place and I love it and it falls apart and I can't go there anymore, there's 3 other places I'll find. I just got to go out, got to put my boots on. I got to go out and hit the pavement and find them. That's all. And that's why I still travel. I'm always looking. Like, I'm always going places, and I'm like, okay, I can file this place away because I know that at some point, we know that, listen, my first book, the title of my book is called Agua Sangre, and the subtitle of the book is Life is What Happens While You're Making Other Plans. None of us know what's coming tomorrow. And if life throws you a curveball or a fastball and you strike out and you got to do something you don't want to do, guess what? That's life. My father, I was raised in a household where this is what my father would say. You know, God bless you, Dad. I love you. My father would say to me and my siblings, oh, but Dad, but what about this? My father would be like, you know the old saying, tough shit. Tough shit. Huh? Yeah, that was my dad. My dad. Listen, when I went down to boot camp in the Marine Corps, man, I can tell you some stories. I'd have these guys in my face, and I'm trying not to smile and laugh, and they would have beat the shit out of me, so I didn't. But I'm thinking, man, you guys are nothing compared to my father. Nothing. My father was the toughest. My father was like bad Leroy Brown, man. Baddest cat in the whole damn town. If you could grow up with him as your father, you can survive anything. Yeah. I'll tell you, man, he was one tough dude. One tough dude.
And that's
I'll tell you
into the
I'm a fraction of what he was, but compared to what most people are today, you know, it's not zero. And but my point is I want to stress to people, when you read the Bible, and I'm speaking to Christians, I don't mean any offense to anybody who doesn't, but when you read the Bible, you're not always going to get a message from reading the Bible, but when you do, pay attention. Because when I read Matthew 6, verses 25 through 27, that section on do not worry, that struck such a chord with me. It changed my whole life. and I decided to trust in Jesus Christ and his words, and so far I think I made the right decision. But I can tell you the transition from going where I used to be, and I think about it. Listen, I used to run a businesses and a couple of different things, and I used to be a madman. Literally, I probably was crazy. I did things that were insane, crazy, maybe even evil in some ways. I was a maniac because it was warfare. And when I go to war, I tell you, I wouldn't want to face me in a war. So, uh,
Yeah.
but that's the person I used to be. And I think about it when I go off on my walks, I still thank God because I was such a terrible human being in certain ways. I never want to go back to being that. Never want to go back to being that because I did whatever I had to do to win, man. I would cut your throat, man. Sometimes
I know.
literally. And
No, I know there's a lot
and
of
I'm
things.
not proud to say that, and I'm not even gonna confess to the public. I've confessed to God, and He's forgiven me, hopefully. And um, I've done things that are really not good and would horrify people. But I'm not that person today. But Saul, he used to kill Christians, and he became Paul, who became one of the leaders of the church in early Christian church. And so God sometimes finds the people you'd never expect him to find, and he uses them to do his bidding. And I've told God that if that's what my calling is, but it had to start with me believing enough in what he was telling me in those words and the message I was getting back from him. I was getting messages back from him saying, why aren't you listening to me? Why aren't you listening? Literally, I would talk to Dan saying, Dan, God is telling me, why don't you have the faith to take action on these words? And I finally got to the point where I said, I'm going to do it.
Why are you being so stubborn like a cabeza de piedra? But,
Well, no, what would happen before? See, I was like you were saying earlier, like I was thinking, well, what might happen in a year or in 2 years? Who gives a shit? Don't worry about it. You should be worried about today as read Matthew 6, people. Go to BibleHub.com, type in Matthew 6, read it's one of the best chapters in the whole Bible, in my opinion. There's a lot of great chapters, but that's one of the most influential that I've had. And so it doesn't mean that I don't have worries, I don't have problems, but I can tell you I've let a lot of it go. And
but it's not the individual circumstance. I mean, yeah, you're right. We should all live in the here and now, but it's like, for example, you are like on your own circumstances, so you got your own decision-making process.
no, it would have made it harder. But I think if I was married and had children, I would have found a way. I mean,
to make it happen anyway.
Yeah, because we all have to walk our own certain journey, but like I said, I was getting those messages, and at some point, I finally just had to listen to the messages. And like you asked me, where would I leave? Why would I leave Mexico? I don't know, but could it happen? Yes, but I don't think about it. But for all I know, LSA, tomorrow I might be sending you a message saying, "Hey, I'm moving to London." Don't hold your breath. But what I'm saying is, it could happen, but I'm not worried about it. So I mean, the only thing I get anxious about now is like that I'm not writing my book fast enough.
You'll get there too, and it's not your
Yeah.
first or your last.
Well, it's just eh, old habits die hard, and I've always been a very driven person, and in anything I've done, and so um, I don't mean to be cavalier when I say live for today, but yet again, it's something that I had to learn is really, if you think about it, these people who are planning for 6 months down the road, yeah, you can plan. Doesn't mean it's going to go your way. That's why I wrote that first book. I mean, I know I'm just an average scrub, but I thought my first book, I thought it was an excellent book in that it told a really good story, and it also gives a lot of lessons that I've had to learn over life in the way the character in the book had to learn them. And um, so I think it's a great book. And I'm trying to do that with book number 2 as well. But it's just, I'm just glad that I'm not, we have to walk our own path. And I'm just glad, I mean, I'm glad that I didn't have to continue to live the life that I used to think I had to live. I finally had the strength and the courage to listen to what God was telling me to do. And it doesn't mean that it's going to end. It doesn't mean it's going to be a Hollywood fairy tale ending, right? Because none of us get out alive, man.
Yeah, this is one thing as 100% in life is death and taxes.
Yeah, but
you don't want to be late. You don't want to be late for taxes.
I remember.
You don't want to be early to death.
Well, I remember talking to Dan about this and to other people, and I don't have children, but if I did, like, your children will be better off with a parent who is in a better position than a worse position. So, I don't want to speak about Dan because he's not here. I'd ask Dan to tell the story. But if you go through divorce, or if you're in a bad position, the bottom line is when you're on an airplane, right? And they tell you, in the event of an emergency, when that yellow cone drops down, put your mask on before you put anybody else's mask on. You remember that when you fly on a plane?
Yeah.
Okay. They say that because if you try to help Susie next to you, okay, instead of putting yours on, you'll be like, dead, and you can't help anybody. So this is why you always have to make sure that you are in a solid position, or you can't help anybody. So put your mask on first. And so if I had a family, and Ting Ting and I used to have battles over this, man. And this is me. This might not be you. It might not be whoever else is listening. I'm the king of my family. I'm the king of the family. Okay? And so it's up to me to lead my family. It doesn't mean that I don't include my wife, or in some cases the children. But when the chips are down and a decision has to be made, if it's a split decision, then the king rules.
True.
And that's why I'm not married.
Fair enough.
So, it's because, especially
nowadays,
in today's world,
even to young men, there's no incentive to do so. So I get
well,
where you're coming from.
I have a whole video with Dan on MGTOW, MGTOW. You can find it in my videos for anybody who's interested. We talked about that. In the United States, you have to have a screw loose if you get married, unless you have constructed contracts, prenups, whatever you want to call them. Everything should be structured in such a way that it protects you financially, because
Yeah.
unfortunately the laws and the courts are not going to protect you. And Dan and I go down this, and it's because people, again, it's the same thing in trading as in love. People don't think worst case scenario. Well, of course they don't. So before you get married, if you're getting married, then everything should be in a good position. That's the time to hammer out these, what if this happens? What if that happens? But I don't even want to go down this. People can watch that video on my view on that. And again, this is my journey, my path. And it's not for some, but there's a lot of people who just are cowards. They continue to let fear lead them, or sometimes, and that's why so many people do drugs and alcohol and take prescriptions, because they're cowards. They can't face their troubles, so they dive into a bottle. And believe me, I've been there.
I know.
But
know.
I realized thank God I realized I was there, and I stopped before it became a serious problem. And have courage, people. Have courage. And you get courage from having a relationship with Jesus Christ, with God. And if you put time and energy into that relationship, I guarantee you, I can 100% guarantee you, if you put energy day after day, like you're going to the gym, right? If you put that into your spiritual journey, I guarantee you it will lead to a better life. Guarantee you. No doubt in my mind. Doesn't mean that you're going to end up where you want to be, but you will be happy, quote unquote happy, because nowhere in the Bible does it guarantee happinesses, right? Unfortunately, life is not about happiness. I mean, there's too many awful things in this life.
Yeah.
So,
Especially
and
nowadays.
that's why, if you boil it down, my friend, this is why when you focus on just what you can control, then you're satisfied. You're much more happier with your life and with your direction in life when you're focusing on only those things you can control. And it's a process you learn over time. It's not gonna. It's like going to the gym. I mean, you're not going to be Arnold Schwarzenegger tomorrow. I mean, and the same thing in our spiritual journeys. We're not going to be, most likely we're not going to get the answers we want tomorrow from God. But
That's correct, my friend.
whatever you put your time and energy in, you usually get results. So I would definitely encourage everybody to have a relationship with God, and a real relationship, and one where you can have a conversation and a dialogue, and that takes time.
True. Keep the faith. Keep praying.
That's all it. But listen, if there's anything that you'd like to discuss, just give me some time in advance so I can schedule it. Because I'm not always checking my messages and stuff. So, and then we can chat further. And then, but right now I've got to go to bed. I'm so tired.
Get some rest, my friend. We'll continue this in
Okay.
some other time. Yeah, sure thing, man.
Yeah, but I like you. I like your look. It's like a night and day look from the last time I had you on camera.
Yeah,
It's
kind of
like
like a wolf.
it's like you. It's like a spy. The spy.
No, not
The spy from London.
Not necessarily. Oh no,
What?
heaven forbid. That's the last thing I wanna do for any three-letter agency, London or elsewhere. But the thing is that like
No, well, last time you were completely bald, no facial hair, nothing.
no, because what I told you, like every 2-3 months, like so I go trim with the machine a little bit all over, and then I go with the razor and I go all cube all. I don't know, like I like this look. And I like
Yeah, and it's
when
nice. It's nice black hair.
yeah, but I like it when it's scruffy, not overgrown like it is a bit right now. I need a little bit of trim, or at least organize it, because sometimes even, you don't want the surrounding of the mustache and the goatee like to turn out to some some diner where after you eat or something like that. You know what I mean? I don't know. It needs to
Yeah,
be
no.
trimmed with it.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, well, I
Yeah,
can't grow facial hair anymore. Otherwise, it comes out white as snow. So I don't grow it.
I got bits and bobs
So
of
it's
the
the it's
whitish or grayish over here, but
oh
not something that
well well in 20 years you will definitely have gray hair.
that's guaranteed. Which is why right now I already start
Yeah,
the trim and shave. But that's a personal preference, I
that's
guess.
it. That's it. Okay, well enjoy it while you have it, my friend.
You too, and have
All
what
right,
is it
I'll
over
send you
there?
the.
It's late afternoon
It's
evening.
about 11. It's 11:20 at night right now. In fact, I
Wow.
I have these things in, and I live in a house with other people, and so I realize that tomorrow I might be getting a talking to because
Because
I tend to talk too I tend to talk too loud when I have headphones in.
fair enough. Well, let's not slide too late into the night so they can
Okay,
have
buddy.
some. You take care, man. I'll
That's
see you
it.
around
Okay.
there.
All right. Bye
Take
bye.
care. Bye
All
bye.
right. And thanks to everybody. Bye bye. Thanks a lot, everybody. And if anybody has any questions or requests, then put them in the comments below and I will do my best. Good night, Dan. Thanks for saying good night.